Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another episode of the Irish Breakdown Podcast, brought to you by our friends over at FanDuel. Happy Monday. Hope everybody had a fun and relaxing weekend. With me today is my guy, Sean Davis. Brian, he's actually off to the dentist. So all things are good, but we're filling in for him today. There's going to be a little bit of that coming over the next few weeks. I'm actually going on vacation next week. Lauren and I are going out to Arizona. So you're going to be seeing a lot more of Sean Davis here over the next couple of weeks on the Irish Breakdown Podcast. Sean, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great. How you doing today, Trev?
We're good. It's another day. It's not snowing today, so I guess that's a win. It's still cold, but
yeah, you look in the forecast, it's warming up day by day, leading into the weekend. So by the time you leave, you might be leaving behind a little bit better weather as you travel out to the West Coast.
Yeah, I'm hoping so. No, my luck, it's going to be the coldest it ever was in Phoenix, Arizona history, and then it's going to be 60 degrees here or something. So here's hoping for some good weather.
Hottest round of golf I've ever played was in Scottsdale.
I bet. Oh, I bet. Yeah. Definitely going to be golfing out there. That is for sure. So it's going to be bad. I'm going to be real rusty. But folks, it is Monday in the offseason, so that means we got a buy, sell, hold going on today. We know about the Aaron Henry hire. Obviously, Brian and I will be back again tomorrow at 1 p.m. to dive into that hire, break down some film, talk about what he brings to the table. So don't worry, it will be addressed. I'm sure we have some buy, sell, hold questions in there too, but we will be taking a deep dive into that tomorrow. But for today, we got the buy, sell, hold, and that's something we like to do for our premium message board subscribers at boards.irishbreakdown.com. Now, this isn't like a traditional mailbag, so if you just put a buy, sell, hold in the chat, we're not going to be able to get to it because, Sean, we have like 70 cards to get to today. A lot of awesome submissions. I know. A lot of great submissions. Now, if you are a premium message board subscriber and you didn't get yours in time, you can always throw in a super chat. But honestly, if we're up to me, I would save that money, use that money to become a premium message board subscriber, and then you can submit all the buy, sell, holds that your happy little heart desires. So that's what I would do if I were you guys. But Sean, we have a lot of awesome submissions to get to today. I'm ready to dive into it today, brother. What about you? All righty. Well, as always, our guy Salty Virginia Peanuts gets us kicked off. Appreciate you, Salty. Buy, sell, hold at this moment with players being named to All-American and Heisman watch lists, returning head coach, defensive coordinator, and offensive coordinator, a tie with Ohio State for the most rival 5 stars, number 1 in multiple preseason polls, and wide exposure for Marcus Freeman. Notre Dame is the closest it has been to closing the gap in over 2 decades. What do you think, Sean?
That's fair. I was really trying to go back in my mind and give the BK era a little credit to see if there was a time where I really felt like they were close. I do think there were certain times that if they had a CJ Carr type quarterback, maybe the Ian Book teams, like if CJ Carr is playing against Clemson in that Cotton Bowl, that game might look a little bit different, right? The 2015 team, if they just stay healthy, if they don't lose Malik Zaire, Tarian Folston, and some of the other guys, even the 2014 team, that was 6-0 going into that Florida State game, and they lost their starting middle linebacker. They lose Jerron Jones in the summer. It's just been kind of like little small things that have kept Notre Dame from being able to close that gap and be in a national championship game with a realistic chance to win the championship. But outside of that, this is probably the closest they've been to closing the gap. And you probably say after the portal, and if things were intact from a coaching standpoint and continuity, I would without a question say yes. But now there are question marks because you have to replace 3 defensive assistants in one offseason, which is absolutely crazy. It's absolutely crazy. But it's fair to say that, Salty. It's fair to make that assumption.
Yeah, going into the season, Salty, I definitely buy it. As the season unfolded, there were definitely teams with the talent to be considered a gap-closing team. I think, Sean, to your point, the 2015 team, the 2018 team where they went undefeated in the regular season. 2020, they went undefeated in the regular season, but the COVID year was such a wild year in college football. It's hard to gauge. I would say, Salty, to your point, in the last 20 years, the last time Notre Dame has been this close preseason closing the gap, I would argue is 2006. They started that year ranked 2nd in the AP polls. Brady Quinn was on the preseason Heisman watch list. Notre Dame in 2005, they just came off the best season that they had in almost a decade. So I would probably say that this is the closest since that 06 season. Now, obviously, we know what happened, and we know how that season ended up unfolding. I would take the talent on this 2026 defense every single day of the week, with all due respect to some of those former players on the 06 team defense. But yeah, Salty, I would buy this. I would say that since 06, this is probably the closest they've been to closing the gap. Now, the only job to do is to go and close it. Because, Sean, think about it. The only other teams that could probably be close in this conversation are other Marcus Freeman-led teams. Think back to the hype around the 2023 team. Freeman going into year 2. They get Sam Hartman out of the portal. Audric Estime's now the guy. We watched Ben Morrison and Cam Hart break out in 22, returning defensive coordinator. So probably the only other years it would be were other Marcus Freeman-led teams. Not to this extent, but I mean, I think the hype going into 23 and the hype going into 24 was much higher than the hype going into 2017. It was a little bit higher than the hype going into 2018, or 2014 was close because Ev came back. But I would say by and large, this is probably the biggest for sure.
I think point to that, I remember having a conversation with a couple of former players, and they were talking about that 2014 team. They talked about the quarterback room, and they were just saying that what they had, they said the biggest thing that happened that really stopped quarterback development at Notre Dame and kind of pushed everybody up a year was the year Ev was suspended. They said the year Ev was suspended, they kind of pushed everybody forward because everybody knew Ev was the guy. And they were like, yo, people don't understand how talented, arm talent that Ev had. Right? And he was competitive. You saw how he played in the national championship game. And that stunted his development a little bit. He came back and was never the same. But yeah, I agree with that. I think from a quarterback standpoint, they were at gap closing right there in that era when they had Ev, Malik, Deshaun, and then Brandon, like in the quarterback room or in succession. But just total roster, this is it. This is it. Absolutely.
I'm with you. Next one up here from Terrible TR. Buy, sell, hold. Aneyas Williams will exceed 1,600 yards rushing and receiving in 2026. So 1,600 total scrimmage yards. Now, Sean, are we going to go in the regular season here or just a 15, 16 game season in its entirety?
Let's just do the total season.
All right.
Let's do the total season.
Yeah, if it's the total season, gosh, that's 100 total scrimmage yards a game. I'm going to buy it for what he's going to bring to the table as a receiver out of the backfield, because I know it averages out to 100 yards a game, and I don't know if Aneyas Williams is going to average 100 total yards of offense in the postseason. That's kind of my hang up. But then I think back to the regular season, there's going to be days where he has 150 total scrimmage yards in the regular season. So I think it'll all average out. I buy it, not with a ton of conviction, because that's a lot of scrimmage yards. That's a lot. But I'm leaning towards buying it. What about you, Sean?
Well, I sell it because I see this offense. We've said for the last 2 to 3 years that the offense and the team is not about the quarterback. I think finally this team in 2026 will be about the quarterback, and there will be a lot more responsibility on the shoulders of CJ Carr, which means the offense is going to transition a little bit more, and you might see the ball in the air a little bit more, which could give Aneyas Williams a lot more opportunities as a receiver. But like you said, that's a lot of yards from scrimmage per game, and I think Notre Dame is really going to be blowing a lot of teams out because of that offense taking a step forward and talent they've acquired in the wide receiver room. So I think it's going to take away. Maybe if they put it around 1,200, I would probably be more comfortable to buy it. But at 1,600, I'll go ahead and sell it myself. Yeah.
No, I get that. It's a lot of yards, man. It is. I'm kind of leaning into he's going to be running against some lighter boxes than what Jadarian Price and Jeremiah Love did. So who knows? But we'll see. A lot of it's going to be up to the offensive line, too. That's going to be huge. And from Irish 24 buy, sell, hold. The Irish will go undefeated during the regular season, and most games will be over by the end of the third quarter.
You know what? I'm going to buy it, and I'm going to say it's a must. I'm disappointed if Notre Dame doesn't have the game in hand at the end of the third quarter at least 7 or 8 times this year. Now, that's based upon the schedule. And you know how it is, Trev. There's 2 or 3 teams on the schedule that you might not think highly of right now, that halfway through the season, all of a sudden, you're going into that game and they're a 1-loss team, right? And that could happen, especially with the ACC. You don't know who the big dog in the ACC is anymore. I guess Miami is trying to really establish themselves as the big dog in the ACC, but they have to follow last season up with, the same question we had about 2025 in Notre Dame stacked seasons. So it's going to be interesting, but I'll go ahead and buy that. I'll buy that. I think the tough games are, the trend is catch Marcus Freeman. And USC really thought they were slick, because USC was trying to watch the trend of Notre Dame, which is Notre Dame struggles to begin seasons. Right? That's the trend of Marcus Freeman. So let's catch them in week 0. Because if we continue to catch them towards the middle end of the season, they get better. Marcus Freeman's teams get better throughout the season, and they're at their best into October going into November. We don't want that smoke anymore. Play us early. Play us when you're not at your best. And I think because of that, their tougher games are October, November. I think Notre Dame will be at their best when they face BYU, when they face Miami. And so for me, they'll go undefeated in the regular season. And games against the lesser competition will be over by the third quarter. I'll buy it.
I got to split this one up into 2 parts, Sean. I buy that they're going to go undefeated in the regular season because that's what I have them doing. Spoiler alert, I know we're months away from giving our season predictions, but I have right now Notre Dame going undefeated because I think they have a top 3 roster in college football, not third. I've gone on record to say that before. That being said, I'm on hold for the second part, most games being over by the end of the third quarter. I agree with everything that you said. They should. You also could have argued that they should have last year. Boston College was not over by the third quarter. You know what I mean? Like, it's just games like that. In 2024, Miami of Ohio was not over by the third quarter. I mean, people forget after scoring a touchdown. I mean, Notre Dame took what, a 10-7 lead into halftime against NC State? So my biggest hangup with this team is how they start the season. I have zero concern about midway through October to the end of the season. When they play inferior competition, they're going to run them. I have no question about that in my mind. It's just September. September is the thing in mind for me because Marcus Freeman is what, 2-2 in season openers? No, yeah, 2-2 because they lost to Ohio State in 22. They beat Navy in 23. They beat A&M in 24 and lost to Miami in 25. But in early windows for Notre Dame, I don't know if I can consider them even playing some inferior competition. Like Marshall wasn't over with by the third quarter in 22. Northern Illinois wasn't over with. Texas A&M wasn't over with. I guess you could call Tennessee State the outlier, but that was the only FCS team that they've played in program history. So I'm on hold because I can't sell it because I think that they can, but I can't buy it either because until they show me that they can get off to a fast start, it's one of the biggest things that we've talked about with this team. Until they show me that they just come out of the gates hot and ready to go, I don't know if I can say that most games because we're taking out what? Miami, BYU, and probably what? SMU being over by the third quarter. I think those are going to be pretty competitive games. So that leaves us with nine other games to work with here. If we're talking like most, like just over 50% maybe, but the way I'm taking that is most as in every game, not one of BYU, Miami, or SMU. And so I'm on hold for that one. Would it surprise me if it happened? Absolutely not. And to your point, I would argue that it should happen. But with that being said, I got to see them be able to do that first. That's my biggest hang up with this team is the early window. If they come out hot in September and blow out Wisconsin, blow out Rice, and then blow out Michigan State, I mean, this team's going to roll. I mean, it's going to absolutely roll. But we got to wait and see. You know what I mean? Buy, sell, hold from Michael K. The defensive backs in the team will equal or exceed their interceptions total from 25 in 2026. Yeah, I'll buy that. They had what, 21 this year, Sean, in 12 games? If I remember correctly, let me look here. Defense. Yeah, so Notre Dame finished the season 4th in the country with 21 interceptions in just 12 games. I gotta believe that Notre Dame is going to play more than 12 games in 2026. I'm sure you have them slated to do that too. I'm gonna buy that. My one holdup is all of the turnover at the defensive coaching positions. That's my one hangup. It's not the talent. I have full confidence that Leonard Moore and Tay Johnson and Adon Schuler and Christian Gray and DJ McKinney and Jaden Sanders and all the young guns are going to be able to replicate that from a skill standpoint. But with Mike Mickens gone, that I buy it, but that's what makes me not buy it with a lot of conviction. Do you see that the same, Sean?
Well, look, they had 2 or 3 opportunities against Miami for interceptions, but they had started the right guys to start the season. They probably come up with those interceptions. So now the right guys are going to be starting the season. This will be their second season in Chris Ash's defense. And, the negative is you lose the 3 assistants. However, Chris Ash is bringing in guys that he has continuity with. You think Charlie Partridge is going to at least continue what they've done against the run the last 2 seasons under Al Washington, but then elevate what we've been talking about a lot, just personally, Trev, just like we would like to see counters and pass rush. We would like to see more tackles for loss, guys getting up the field, being disruptive. That's what he does. That's his track record of development. So, if they did that, that could lead to more interceptions or more opportunities for interceptions. So, I can see buying this. I can see buying this, but I can see somebody also saying, you know what, let me just hold because that's a big ask. 21 interceptions is a lot. Will teams go at Notre Dame differently, especially early on? Will they try to run the ball? Miami just lined up and just said, we're just going to try to bully you and run and take our shots here and there. And in the midst of taking shots, Notre Dame, like I said, still had 2 to 3 opportunities to make plays, and they just didn't make the plays. I think even against Purdue, they had opportunities to make plays in that first half. They didn't make the plays. Purdue ended scoring a lot of points, and then the game shifted for them defensively in the second half. I really think that Trev, I'm kind of teetering back and forth between buying and holding because 21 is a lot. Right? And the reputation of the defensive backfield, I just wonder if they get the same amount of opportunities because everyone knows Tay Johnson now. Like Tay Johnson isn't a secret anymore. They know he's a ball hawk. They know they have to watch and tell the quarterback that, man, watch where number 9 is pre-snap. So it's very interesting to see, how the staff uses this information to put the guys in advantageous situations to be ball hawks, create turnovers. And then I'm very interested in how teams kind of approach Notre Dame. Will they take chances? Will they take shots? And then how many teams on their schedule actually have talent to actually take shots against a talented defensive backfield? So just for the sake of it, I'm going to buy it. I'm going to buy it just on the talent. Just on the talent, I'm going to buy it.
That's where I'm at too. You bring up a good point. It's like everybody does know who Tay Johnson is now, and I agree. But the beautiful thing about Notre Dame secondary right now is, but they also know who Leonard Moore is, and they also know who Christian Gray is, and they also know who Adon Schuler is, and you can't avoid all of them. I mean, I guess Navy can, but outside of that, I mean, you gotta throw at somebody. And now that their secondary rotation is so deep, it's like, let's say you give Tay Johnson a breather, you're going to throw at Luke Talich, who also ended the season with more than 2 interceptions last year. So it's just like, I am hesitant because of the number, but I'm not hesitant because of the talent. And it sounds like you're kind of in the exact same spot too. kind of leads into Michael K's second submission. And will the DBs and the team lead the country in interceptions in 2026? This one, I'm going to sell. Leading the country and exceeding their total from last season are kind of two different conversations. Even with the great secondaries that Mike Mickens had at Notre Dame, they never led the country in just total interceptions. So this past season, they finished fourth. And there's always going to be some like random G5 team that just finishes above Notre Dame for where they're going to be. In 2025, Notre Dame finished the year fourth in interceptions with 21. Ahead of them were Southern Miss, Arizona, and Louisiana Tech. In 2024, they finished fifth, and one of the teams ranked ahead of them was San Jose State with 21. Notre Dame finished with 19 in 2024. In 23, they finished tied for 10th. Ahead of them was UNLV, Tulane, Fresno State, Bowling Green, and Liberty. So even with some of the great secondaries that have came through in the past, Notre Dame never led the country in interceptions, but because of the level that they play at, because it's relative, that has to be a factor when you're talking about leading the country in a statistic. Notre Dame's defense doesn't have to lead the country in interceptions to be considered a great defense. Mike Mickens didn't have a secondary at Notre Dame that led the country in interceptions over the last 2-3 seasons, but we never questioned if this was one of, if not the best pass defense in college football, right? So this one I'm going to sell, but would it surprise me if they did it? No. So that's where I'm at, Sean. What about you?
You know what? I think I agree. I agree with your premise and what you laid out there. I'll look at it from another standpoint, just to build on what you already said. Because what you said was spot on. I just think in totality, what we're going to see from this defense is going to go through somewhat of a facelift, in my opinion. Right? Because what you had, which is funny, going back to Chris Ash's initial press conference, was a man that stood before the media and said, "This is Notre Dame's defense. Everything is going to continue the status quo. I'm just going to work on fundamentals. That I'm just going to work on technique. This is what we were led to believe." And then all of a sudden, what showed up on the field early in the season is like, okay, that doesn't line up. That doesn't align with what you said. And so I think there is going to be an alignment now with what he wants, per se. Now, are we going to like that? Or maybe he had a full off season and had a come to Jesus moment, and now he recognizes, you know what? I don't have to put a square peg into a round hole. So let me go ahead and just do what they do and just continue to make it better. So for me, I think the secondary, and this is the key, I think what we saw in the transfer portal, Trev, we talked about offensively, this going from being a run-oriented first offense to it being on the shoulder of the quarterback. I think what's going to aid this the most is that this defense will no longer be back to front from a strength standpoint. I think there's going to be a defensive facelift that this defensive front might end up being one of the biggest strengths of a defense, Notre Dame defense, which gives more opportunities for that back end to have, easy picks, right? Rush throws, guys just trying to get it out of their hand. And so that plays more into being able to play zone, have eyes on the quarterback, and do a lot of different things. I just think we're going to see more of a variety. But it's definitely going to be a facelift. It's going to be a good facelift, though. Not a bad nose job. It's not going to be a lot of fillers, to have your face stiff. You're still going to be able to move your muscles. Not that type of facelift. But, it should be fun to watch. I know there's a lot of anxiety around everything that's happening right now. But, the anchor is what Michael K brought up. This is the anchor right here, man. This and the linebacker group, that right there, we really shouldn't have a lot of a trepidation or as much as we have, because it's just a bunch of question marks right now. But going back to the previous question, the talent, Do you have the talent? Coaching matters, but really good talent makes really good coaches. At least what I know about sports, Trev. I don't know a great coach or a Hall of Fame coach that didn't have Hall of Fame talent.
Oh, that's a great point. That's a great point. We're not going to have to wait that long to figure it out either. I mean, are they starting their season on the road against Miami? No, but Wisconsin had a solid portal cycle. They went out and got Colton Joseph. So we're going to see a little bit of what this secondary unit is made up of. Very excited to watch what Colton Joseph can do in that offense. Are you laughing at what I think you're laughing at in the chat?
Yeah, man.
Yeah. I see that too. I saw that.
That's too. My bad. I opened up that portal. That's my bad.
Oh gosh, I saw that too. I was waiting, but we'll see. They'll get tested early. Right now, by our friends over at FanDuel, they have Notre Dame favored by 16.5 points over Wisconsin as of right now. Obviously, still very early, but they're going to be tested. That's for sure. And if the offense, Sean, does what we think that it's going to do this year, teams will have to pass against this team.
Now, that's another point. That's a good point, Trev. That's a good point.
If Notre Dame's offense is what we think that it's going to be, it's going to be difficult to come out and stay disciplined and run inside zone and duo in the second quarter if you're down 14-0, 17-0, depending on who you are. So I'll put it this way. I'm selling that they're going to lead the country in interceptions, but it won't be due to lack of opportunity.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at. From Jay Fish, buy, sell, hold. CJ Carr breaks Brady Quinn's single-season passing yards record from 2005. That record is 3,919 yards. See, I don't know how you look at this, Sean. When I look at this, it'll be skewed. Do I think he has the opportunity to break it? I do, but Brady Quinn did that in 13 games in 2005.
Yeah.
I think CJ Carr, at a minimum, is going to play 13 games this season, and that is a bare minimum. I mean, back in 2005, the most they could have played was 13. Correct? 12 regular season, and then if due to the BCS rankings, if they were just 1 or 2, they play for the national championship. And so, do I think he could? Yes. I don't think he does it in 13 games, though. I mean, that means CJ would have to average, and I'm using my calculator because I'm not good at quick math in my head like this. If he did it in 13 games, CJ would average over 300 passing yards a game.
Yeah.
So if we're talking through 15, 16 games, I would buy this. If we're talking through 13, I'm going to sell it because I don't know, again, if we think that they're going to be who we think they're going to be this year. How many fourth quarters is CJ Carr playing it in this year, Sean? Compared to how many fourth quarters was Brady Quinn playing in 2005? So that's going to factor into.
I'm going to sell it. Like you said, I think it's 306 yards he would have to average through 13 games to get to 39-19. Even though there would be a lot more on CJ Carr's shoulders in the passing game, I do believe Notre Dame is they're not about to abandon the run game. Not with the offensive line that we expect them to have and the running backs. But we do like. They might not be the first round, second round duo that they had in the previous 2 years, but they're still one of the best units and one of the best rooms in the country. So they're not going to abandon that. So because of that, I would put them around 33. Look at me setting lines like I work with FanDuel. I would the comfort 34, 33, 34, 33, 34. Malik has a lot of confidence. Malik says he needs to go over 4,000. I'm like, yo, that's crazy. I'm like, if he goes over, because he's talking about he's the Heisman favorite, and he's putting up Heisman numbers. This is what he's going to have to do. But 39, if he breaks that record, he's definitely winning the Heisman. That's the Heisman favorite right now. If he breaks Brady Quinn's record, single season record, he's probably taking home the Heisman.
Yeah, I would say so. That kind of bleeds into the second one here about Brady Quinn's single season passing touchdown record as well, Sean. Brady Quinn's record was 37. And that's going to be one that's kind of tough. That's like 2.84. We'll call it 3 passing touchdowns a season. And again, I just go to what the schedule is going to be. This has nothing to do with CJ Carr's level of skill. Excuse me. I have all the confidence in the world that from a skill perspective, he can knock this out. But if we're looking at Notre Dame's schedule and they are the team we think that they're going to be, do we think he plays much in the second half against Rice? Probably not. Do we think he plays a lot in the fourth quarter against Purdue on the road? Do we think he plays a lot in the fourth quarter against North Carolina on the road? Do we think he plays a lot in the fourth quarter against Stanford at home? Have confidence that he will against BYU on the road and Miami at home and SMU at home. How much does he against Boston College at home or on the road against Syracuse? So I could see this playing out a lot of different ways. I'm not sure how it will, but I'm more inclined to buy the passing touchdowns than yardage. I think it was Andrew Gilmore in the chat. Yeah, he said especially if he has a game like Ian Book did. But I could see that as well. I'm still hesitant to buy it. I buy it though, not with a lot of conviction because I think it could happen. I'm hoping that the passing game becomes more of an element in the red zone this year than it was last year, especially with the personnel that you have. I find it very hard to believe, and obviously I'm biased, but I find it very hard to believe that your starting tight end this year is going to end the regular season with 0 touchdowns. So I'm more inclined to buy the passing touchdowns. What about you, Sean?
Sorry, I had to step away, but you were talking about the combined touchdowns, the second part?
Yes, sir.
Okay. They did have a tight end that didn't have a touchdown all season. That is crazy. I don't think that happens this year. But 37 touchdowns, that's a lot of touchdowns. But I'm going to be honest with you, man. I was very happy with not only the touchdowns he threw his first year, but the touchdown to interception ratio. And I think with more attempts, I think you're going to have more opportunities for big plays. And with the talent that they acquired, more opportunities for him to throw a 5-yard pass that might go 50 or a 7-yard pass that might be busted for 45. So, this is kind of right there. This would be actually a pretty good line. I'm going to say I'm going to hold on it, Trev, because I don't know if I want to buy it. And I don't know necessarily if I want to sell it. But if he is a Heisman type quarterback, 37 touchdowns is definitely 3 touchdowns a game, basically, or less than that in 13 games. Yeah, that's doable. So I'll hold on it.
Yeah, that's probably more the fitting one. I'm with you because when I look at CJ Carr and the games that he could potentially be playing late in the fourth quarter, for some of these games, Sean, it's not as simple as saying CJ will just need 3 touchdown passes in a game. It's like he might need 3 touchdown passes in like a half. Now, that being said, we watched him do that. In 2024, he had 3 touchdown passes in one half against Arkansas. He had the little bubble route to Jeremiah Love. He hit the deep dig or the deep in route to Will Pauling, and then to end the half, he hit JD on that swing route that he took to the house too. So we've seen him do it before, but to do it at that level, game over game over game, we'll see. But it's definitely a possibility. That's for sure. From Danny Redlegs, buy, sell, hold. Spring practice will determine who will be Notre Dame's number 2 quarterback.
Trev, right before we get to this one, we do have some breaking news that has been confirmed by Brian Driscoll. Notre Dame has found their new linebacker coach, and it is going to be Brian Jean-Mary, who has been the linebacker coach and defensive run game coordinator for the Michigan Wolverines for the last 2 seasons. That's confirmed by Brian Driscoll. He's going to come back and give some more insight on the move, how it happened. But we want to let that breaking news be released right here, and it was confirmed. That's why I jumped out, because I was on a phone call with D. Dris and Trev. You were talking, so he wanted me to make sure we got that in. Notre Dame's new linebacker coach, which means they pretty much sealed everything up this weekend with the DB coach and the linebacker coach. Announcing the DB coach yesterday, Aaron Henry, who was at Illinois, and today they announced, today the move is Brian Jean-Mary. It's been confirmed by Brian Driscoll that he is the new linebacker coach. Linebacker coach the last 2 seasons at the University of Michigan. They had a pretty darn good group of linebackers that performed pretty well. I know that for a fact from watching a lot of Michigan games. So he develops linebackers pretty good, and excited about the 2 guys they got. They went to the Big Ten. They went to the conference that's winning championships, Trev, to replace their defensive back coach and their linebacker coach. So that's been confirmed by Brian Driscoll, and he'll have an article up and how everything came to fruition a little bit later in the day on the message board. So stay locked in. All right, Trev. You got
right on.
You have anything to say about him?
Yeah, I mean, and you said he was the run game coordinator for Michigan, what, the last 2 seasons, you said?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's a good pickup. I mean, Notre Dame's rush defense is often running, and this past season, Michigan ended 19th in the country in rush defense. They allowed 111.9 rushing yards a game. The season before, they ended top 5. In 2024, they were the 5th best team in the country against the run. They let up 90.6, really 90.7 rushing yards per game. So, yeah, I mean, I think that's promising. It's a good hire, and it sounds like he fits. I'll be interested to see. I'll be very interested to see, what previous relation he had with Chris Ash, because that's been a common trend. Charlie Partridge and him were like college roommates. Aaron Henry was his first defensive backs coach when he was at Rutgers. He was also on the defensive coaching staff at Arkansas as a graduate assistant when Ash was their defensive coordinator in 2014. So really interested to see if there's any tie in there. But initially, I like the hire. I mean, when I think of Michigan defense, I think of good against the run, and that's something that Chris Ash definitely brought to the table. For all of the valid complaints with the defense early on, the one thing I will say is Chris Ash revamped the rush defense, and it looks like that's still remaining a key priority this year. So as things stand, I like the hire, but very excited to read Brian's article when it comes out here after the show's over, man. But to your point, they didn't leave a whole lot of time on the table to get some fillers in, which is what you need. It's really what you need. So it's a good start. From Danny Redlegs, buy, sell, hold. Spring practice will determine who will be Notre Dame's number 2 quarterback. I'll say this, Danny. I think it will be a step in the right direction. I don't think that they will have a QB2 named when spring is over. I think that goes into the fall. I do. I don't think it's once spring practices. Now, what I would see happening is the first couple of days of spring. Sean, hope to see you back up in South Bend for those. But what I expect to see is Blake Hebert will probably get the first crack, just going based off of seniority. So I would imagine seeing Blake Hebert, and then I could see a world where Noah Grubbs and Teddy Girard just kind of split those reps. And then they start to unfold from there. So I will buy that spring practice will kind of lay the foundation for things that they need to see in the summer and going into fall camp. But I would be surprised personally if after the spring game we saw some official depth chart and it was just like, yep, Blake Hebert is just the number 2 quarterback, or Teddy Girard or Noah Grubbs or one of those. That's how I look at it. But I do think spring will obviously be a massive step forward in that.
It's just interesting that Teddy Girard felt confident enough to reclassify, because he has to feel like he has a really good shot to be the number 2. And if he becomes the number 2, CJ could be going to the NFL after this season. So that will put him right in line to start as a true sophomore at Notre Dame, right? So, of course, why play another year of high school football when I see a path that by the time I'll be going through my freshman season, I could literally be playing and starting at Notre Dame in that same time period. So I think it's going to be a very interesting. I hope he doesn't. In my opinion, Blake Hebert's arm is a little bit different. Teddy Girard, from what I've seen, and Teddy Girard still has to go through that first year of strengthening. He can come in and play, but he still won't be, what he's going to be a year from that time. Blake Hebert, we saw his arm before he went through a full off season of training. So I can only imagine what it's going to be like come spring and even into the fall. So we definitely know he has the arm talent and probably arm advantage. And being in the system, He probably has the advantage of knowing the playbook. So I think it's going to be a very competitive. It's going to feel so good to go in and not have to worry about giving updates on who the starting quarterback is going to be during the fall, assuming through spring and fall. It's going to be so much more fun to go watch other groups, right? And just to say, okay, now we have to figure out who's going to be the backup. But that's like a mention, like, oh, we're hearing this. No one's going to set a show around who the back quarterback is going to be in spring and fall camp. But it's going to be interesting because of the Teddy Gerard reclassification, Trev. It really is. So I think it goes into the fall. So I'm going to sell that Danny Red Legs. I think that decision is going to come down to probably middle of fall camp, to be honest. But it should be a good one because Teddy Gerard probably has the buzz in the name, but people shouldn't sleep on Blake Hebert, man. Don't sleep on him. And if he follows the trend of what we've seen from Gino Gaduli and the guys that have been under his tutelage and the fact that they've gotten better, you'd expect that Blake Hebert would be much better in his second year.
Agreed. I'm very excited to watch, obviously, all quarterback development from top to bottom, seeing what jump CJ makes from being a first-year starter to now, like, he has a full offseason where he knows he's the guy, and he can prepare not just for winning the job, but prepare for being the best that he could be as the course of the season unfolds. I'll also be very curious to see what it looks like when Noah Grubbs puts that healthy weight back on, because he lost a little bit of zip on the football after he dropped that weight. Now, his trainer, in my opinion, did a good job of not trying to rebuild the healthy weight and just let Notre Dame do that and wait till he gets to the college, strength training program. I think that was huge for him. But that's going to be one of the more sneaky competitions that I think will be very interesting to watch, in my opinion, because I think a lot of people are, to your point, I don't really know what we're going to talk about now that there's no competition for a starting quarterback. But for us, selfishly, I'm very excited to now watch it. Okay, what does the defensive line rotation start to look like? Are there shakeups in the secondary? What wide receivers emerge? What does the offensive line rotation look like? Who's getting reps where? And it's not just, hey, all that's fine and dandy, but let's be real here. What did CJ and Kenny look like today? You know what I mean? So I'm with you, bro. I'm really pumped for that too. Really pumped.
You talking about Ben Trio, what he did with Noah Grubbs. I think they had good intentions. They wanted to make him a little bit more athletic, a little bit more mobile. But once again, when you start losing weight, that's why you need trainers that really know to make sure that they can shape your body to where you don't lose arm strength as you're gaining mobility and foot quickness, right? So it was really smart for him to kind of take his hands off and say, you know what, I'm going to let Notre Dame and their strength and conditioning reshape you into what they need you to be for their offense. But he comes in and I would much rather have to build strength than to have to come down and reshape. That's tricky. When you're trying to lose weight, keep your strength in your upper body, but become a little quicker in your lower body and reshape that part of your body. Whereas now, where he is, he just come in and just build up both areas to where they need to be. I think that's an advantageous situation for him to be in. But it's almost like being the middle child in the family. That's what Noah Grubbs feels like, right? Like the youngest is the baby of the family, and everybody spoils him, and he gets all the attention. And that's what Teddy Gerard is right now. Everybody coming into the quarterback room, and then you have the older kid in Blake Hebert that everyone just expects, like, yo, you should be good. You should be better than everybody else. So it's almost like they always have their own little Brady Bunch, boys side of the Brady Bunch in the quarterback room.
I mean, shoot, man, to your point, Sean, that's almost what the quarterback battle was last year was, the veteran Steve Angeli and the young guy CJ Carr, and a lot of people bypassed Kenny. A lot of people overlooked him. I'm real excited to see what he can do in Will Stein's offense down in Lexington. I think that's going to be a fun watch this upcoming season. But I'm with you. I think it's going to be a very fun competition, and there's a lot on the table. But here's the bright side, Sean. I'm at a point, especially with the quarterback 2 battle, I'm cool with whoever they decide to go with because they're all 3 very highly talented kids. And it's one that you can't afford to – it'll be very competitive in that you can't lose a day of sleep if you're if you're battling for that number 2 spot, it's like, one's taken care of because I got Carr in town. I think that's going to be one of the more underrated competitive offseason battles. And it's another testament to let's see what Gino Guidugli's chops are. Very excited to see what that's going to be, bro. Sean, getting into part 2 of the Irish Breakdown podcast brought to you by our friends over at FanDuel. We got the buy, sell, hold today. And getting us kicked off here in part 2, we have L. Kirk 96. He has a buy, sell, hold for the most dominant position group this season. And I think let's buy one, sell one, and hold one. I don't love selling any of these, but when you have a trio of questions like this, somebody's going to have to be the sell. So I've started off a lot of these, Sean. Go ahead. Let's hear yours first. What do you got?
Well, harkening back to what we just discussed in one of our previous topics, I'm going to go ahead and buy the defensive line. I do really think they can put a facelift on this defense and kind of inverse where the strength has been coming from, where it has been the secondary. I think the defensive line can become their strength this year. And it's funny I'm saying that because as much talent as they have in the linebacker room has almost been treated like the middle kid here. Nobody wants to talk, either we're talking about the defensive line or the secondary. No one really wants to talk about the linebacker group. But yeah, I'm going to take the defensive line out of this group. I just think, first of all, it's just different to just because it's easy to go running back, and with what they did in the transfer portal, it's easy to go wide receiver. And what we talked about, we think the offense is going to do under CJ Carr. But I think it would be great if the defensive line did become dominant. And like I said, we've seen the improved run defense. We've seen that get better year to year. And now they are one of the best teams at applying pressure last year. And now they might have the depth to just get the talent to go ahead and start finishing the job and adding the pressures along with sacks and turnovers. So I'll go D-line.
Yeah, I'm with that. Who would you hold and who would you sell? Because I'm also buying D-line.
I'm going to hold on the wide receivers. Because the running back at Notre Dame, they keep finding guys to produce. They tell me a running back that has not produced when he got the opportunity. No one saw Aneyas Williams come and doing what he was doing. No one saw that. We thought Audrey Estimate. I saw Audrey Estimate his first practice. And he immediately told Brian, like, yo, this dude, his feet to be that big, he's going to be really good. And he turned out to be everything I thought he would be and more. Prior to injury, Logan Diggs was a really good running back. Notre Dame is going to have productive running back play. The question mark is wide receiver, Trev. I mean, that continues to be a question mark, right? Every year we seem like we have a guy that we think is going to break out. And it's even more frustrating watching Malachi Fields just put on a show all week at the Senior Bowl and during the game and now be projected as a first-round pick. It's like, now I understand why he was on the sideline when they were down in the red zone. Like, stop overthinking this. Like, just throw the ball up to me. Just throw it up. So yeah, wide receiver has to be the hold. Has to be the sell, and then running back has to be the hold for me.
We have the exact same order, Sean. When's the last time, in your opinion, because I have a year in mind, when's the last time the wide receiver room was more dominant than the running back room at South Bend?
$15, $16?
As a room, I would agree. I was thinking 2016 as well. 19, there's a debate, but Tony Jones was a very underrated running back for Notre Dame in 2019. Very underrated. He didn't have like the highlight plays that Kyron had or that, obviously Jeremiah Love or JD had. But, Tony Jones was a productive back, downhill guy. Get you 5-6 yards of carry. That's how I feel. But, yeah, I'm with you. Probably 16 would be mine. the last time the Notre Dame wide receiver room as a room outperformed. So it's been almost a decade. Now, with that being said, the wide receiver room has pieces that can. Like, Sean, is there a world where you wouldn't be surprised that if a room with Jaden Greathouse and Jordan Faison and Cam Williams and Micah Gilbert and Mylan Graham and Quincy Porter and Caden Finley outperformed the running back room that still has exceptional talent? Would that surprise you? It wouldn't surprise me.
You know what's crazy? They could bring over Joey O'Brien and Aiden Nelson to the wide receiver room. Dude, I mean, this collection of talent, receiving talent on this roster is probably the most receiving talent they've had. It's raw talent in a long time. So, you know, we're only saying it because of history and what has happened.
Exactly.
And until we see it, you know, we really can't back it over just a decade of running back. Forget a decade, 2 decades of running back in Notre Dame, whether they're highly touted, highly recruited, thought of, or whether or not, you know, they come out of nowhere. Notre Dame just seems to find running backs that are highly productive at Notre Dame.
100%. Couldn't agree more. Sean, we did get a super chat in here from our guy, Gavin Schmavin. Appreciate the super chat, Gavin. Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame faces USC in the playoffs.
Sell. I don't even have enough respect for USC. Playoffs? Like, let me get my Jim Mora on real quick. Playoffs? No. Strictly because of USC. That's a middling Big Ten team right now.
Yeah.
And men's basketball, women's basketball, football, you name it.
From a storyline standpoint, I would love to face USC because they threw this whole fit to not have to play Notre Dame in October in South Bend anymore. And for them to have to come back and play them in the first round. Because only reason why I'm saying first round is even if USC makes it, they're not making it to the second round. I'm not a believer in that. Why? Because their whole goal has been making the playoffs. It hasn't been making a run. They're not trying to win a championship. They're just trying to make the playoffs. That's my biggest gripe with teams like USC is they're doing everything they can to just be a part of it, not be successful in it. And I think that's really, if I was a USC alum, that'd be really frustrating or a diehard USC fan. Because we understand what the standard is at Notre Dame to go out and win a national championship. And there's some teams that just don't share it. But I'm with you, Sean. I'm selling it simply for the fact that I just don't think that USC is going to be able to make the playoffs. I mean, right now they don't have playoff odds out on FanDuel, unfortunately, for the 2026 season. But right now they have like worse odds to win the national championship than like Alabama, Ole Miss, who lost everybody. So I can only imagine USC is closer to Auburn as far as FanDuel odds than teams like Notre Dame and Texas and stuff like that. So I'm selling that one as well. I'm with you. From Sergeant Steve Irish, wanted to make sure I didn't skip one here. Buy, sell, hold. New Notre Dame DB coach Aaron Henry will be as equally effective coaching safeties as he is coaching corners. Sean, I'm going to rely on you on this one. You're the Illinois guy.
Yeah, he's effective. You know, that's what's interesting. Like I told Trev before the show, like I'm kind of oblivious to like all the noise surrounding the hire of Aaron Henry because I was actually in church when everything went down. So I ended up spending the day. It was a Chicago restaurant week. So got some good restaurants if you come up here. I found 2 new ones yesterday, Trev.
Okay.
When you guys come in. But no, just to get back, you know, digress and get back. He's very adept at both. He has 2 guys that he's leaving in the Scots, Mike and Xavier Scott, in that secondary. One is more of a nickel and the other one is a safety. They're both going to be day 2 picks in the NFL draft next year. And you know what he has, you know, in the NFL going back to when he coached the defensive backfield. He's very adept at controlling the entire room. And I think his greatest ability, as a defensive coordinator, he has immediate, and I'll just throw this little nugget in there. He has immediate value as the coordinator because he was one of the primary recruiters for some major talent in the 27 to 28 class along the defensive line. Braden Parks, he was the main guy recruiting Braden Parks, and that's a must get along the defensive line for Notre Dame. Cam McGee, main recruiter for Illinois, getting Cam McGee. So there's already a pre-existing relationship. There's also a pre-existing relationship with Tavares Harrington, defensive back from Mark Carmel. There was also a relationship. He was talking to Ace Austin. So there are guys that Notre Dame either has committed or that they need, whether it's defensive back or defensive line, because he was the defensive coordinator, one of the main point guys for recruiting. That kind of transitions over to what Notre Dame needs to get in the 27th class. But as far as him being able, he controlled the room. He controlled the room. He's led the room. He not only led the room, but he led the entire defense. And I think, let's not conflate things. We don't need him to call plays. We don't need him to be the defensive coordinator. He is elite at coaching defensive backs, evaluating talent, recruiting said talent, and being able to get them to be developed into star players on the college level and big-time NFL players. That's what we need from him. We need that guy. We don't need the guy that called plays and didn't have a good defense. We don't need that guy. He doesn't have those responsibilities at Notre Dame. So those stats as a defensive coordinator don't mean a hill of beans for what he's bringing to Notre Dame. They just don't. They're not even relevant. I could care less what his stats are as a defensive coordinator. Now, go back to what his stats were for his defensive backfield when he was the DB coach and Ryan Walters was the defensive coordinator. Come on, man. We got to be, let's just keep it a buck. You know how many great play callers are terrible head coaches? The NFL and college football are littered with people that were great defensive coordinators and offensive coordinators, got their shot as head coaches, and they were terrible head coaches. That doesn't mean that they want to go back to coordinators, that you don't view them as still being elite at what they did. So this is an elite defensive back coach. Elite. Regardless of what he was as a defensive coordinator, he's elite at that. And that's what he's going back to at Notre Dame. So, yeah, I'll go ahead and I'll buy it because I know he can evaluate talent. I know he can recruit. And if you can recruit to Illinois, I know you can recruit with Marcus Freeman as the front man to Notre Dame. Absolutely. I know he can develop because he's done that. And I know his DBs like to lock up. I watched plenty. I watched Witherspoon and that crew in 22 and 23. I promise you, Ryan Walters, that's all he did the majority of the time was called man-to-man. So he is really a really good fit for what they have. Even if they want to slowly transition to more zone and implementing more zone looks on the back end, they have a guy coming in that speaks the language of the guys and what they've been hearing from Mike Mickens. You understand what I'm saying? So he can speak their language and still speak to the younger players what is to come. So he's multilingual in exactly what that room needs, right? I hope the new linebacker coach has to have the same type of language. He has to be able to speak to the guys that have been there. And if they're going to begin to implement things for the future, be able to develop those young players for that as well. So I'm buying that he's going to be able to effectively coach safety and corners.
Well, that's good news to hear. I mean, they needed to make some sort of a home run hire after the departure of Mike Mickens, and understandably so, because he set the bar incredibly high. But you also kind of answered Steve's second submission. Will Aaron Henry will quickly display success as a recruiter by not only losing any DB commits, but also attracting future commits for 2027 and beyond. I'll say this about recruiting, and Sean, I'll let you kind of cap this off. When I look at recruiting at the college football level, I look a lot of it. It's very similar to sales. Like even like the day-to-day is very similar. Like you start out every single year by getting your top prospect boards. You start building relationships and whittling them down. And then with Aaron Henry's success at Notre Dame as a recruiter, it's just going to be how does he build relationships and how does he close on some people? Because I'm a big believer that when you are just a good enough person in sales, it just kind of depends on what you're selling. And if you're selling Notre Dame, there are certain brands and certain schools, certain programs, certain companies that sell themselves. And Notre Dame, to a degree, is that, especially with the on-the-field success that they've had recently in the last couple of seasons under Marcus Freeman. And so that's how I kind of look at this. That's how I look at this with him as a recruiter. Now, he has to build relationships the same way Mike Mickens did. He has to be able to close the same way that Mike Mickens did to a degree. It doesn't have to be copy-paste because Aaron Henry's not Mike Mickens, but he has to have a close to or similar level of success. So that's how I kind of view this one. So I'm going to buy it for the point that you laid out, Sean. If he was able to recruit and evaluate elite talent and get them to go to Illinois, Notre Dame is a whole different step up. And so I'm with you. If you have the backing of that, I have a lot of confidence in what he's going to be able to do in South Bend.
And he was fishing in a different pond, Trev. He wasn't fishing in the same pond as Notre Dame and Mike Mickens. He wasn't. He wasn't going after guys that Mike Mickens was going out visiting and targeting. He was evaluating guys that were, maybe ranked 300 to 500. Maybe he had one or two guys that were like top 250 that he attempted to go after. If they were local kids like a Tavares Harrington. Tavares Harrington's a top 100 kid in the 27 class. But, I mean, it's Chicago. You have to go after that kid. There was a kid in the 25 class, Andre Lovett Jr., out of Eisenhower High School, who Mike Mickens had a lot of interest in, but it was just better guys on the board, right? Lovett visited Notre Dame's multiple times and ended up landing in Illinois. So there's a lot of symmetry between their personalities. I'll say that. So whereas Mike Mickens was well respected, and when it comes to the players on the Illinois roster, Henry is very well regarded and respected.
Another one from Sergeant Steve Irish. Buy, sell, hold. The quest to find Al Washington's replacement will be at least as successful as replacing Mike Mickens, and will also be quick and efficient. I mean, technically, they found Al Washington's replacement in Charlie Partridge. I understand where you're coming from here, Steve, but we didn't see Al Washington coach the linebackers. But this is more kind of like the quest to finding Max Bulla's replacement. Al Washington was only Notre Dame's linebackers coach for like 3.5 weeks. And right now they're in the middle of their offseason winter workout program, and the coach that they're reporting to the most is Lauren Landau, their strength and conditioning coach. So understand where you're coming from. I would say that it's more so the quest to still replace Max Bulla. And like the news just broke, Brian put up another post about it on the message board. So I would go check that out, boards.irishbreakdown.com, on what's kind of going on here. But I'm hoping if things still work out well with the Michigan linebacker coach, that can fall through. But I'm going to buy this because I do think it's going to be quick and efficient. That's how I view this one. I don't think it's going to be anything that takes an insurmountable amount of time. I mean, for the longest time, Jay Valai, the Oklahoma guy, was, the front runner for a while. That fell through last week. And then who did they hire this past weekend? So Marcus Freeman is looking to replace these positions rather quickly. So I'll buy this one. You on the same page there, Sean?
Yeah, I was just for a minute there while you were talking. I was trying to look up the linebacker group that Michigan recruited the last couple of years, and I didn't get a chance to look at 25, but from 26, he went after some guys in that 26 class at linebacker. So, and it's funny, Trey Pierce is their defensive lineman. They just got an All-American from Western Illinois, Christian Pierce's brother, linebacker, just committed through the portal. So, and that kid he visited Notre Dame, I want to say 2 times. while he was in high school, Christian Pearson. Then he had a devastating knee injury, and Notre Dame. I don't think they ever offered him, honestly. But that's just a little background from a recruiting standpoint. But yeah, it seems to me, was this question, yes, successful? I'm buying that. Quick and efficient? It seems like they took care of both of these positions at the same time, right? It's like things move very quickly, because I think going into the weekend, we thought, well, we'll see. Notre Dame has been really quiet. They're really moving in silence, man. Notre Dame, they're moving like gangsters when it comes to like staff and even the transfer portal. They moved really slowly, moved in silence, and then all of a sudden, bam, got this guy, we got this kid. And now it's the same thing with the coaches. Very silent, keeping everything chill. I won't say misdirection, because it's the job of the media to go out there and find connections and guys that they think Notre Dame would be interested in, or those guys would be interested in Notre Dame. But I think just the process overall, I think they've been efficient. I don't know if they've been quick, but I think they've been very efficient and successful. I think they got too successful. They were very successful in the process. Yeah, I like the hires. I really do. And my background is recruiting. I love the hires from a recruiting standpoint, from what I can see.
That's good. That's definitely good news. We got another super chat in here from UT Irish 55. Appreciate you. Just saying hi to my dudes. Let's hope the chat calms down for BK. Well, we appreciate the super chat, man. We appreciate you. All righty. Get the next buy, sell, hold pulled up here. From Tyler Bengi, buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame will have a top 10 offense and defense. I think I'm going to buy this one. Let me pull something up here. I don't have this bookmark, and I probably should, but I'm taking a look at the Fremo Efficiency Index for college football. I'm like almost positive they were a top 10 offense and defense this past year. Let me look at the FEI rating. So offensively this past year, Notre Dame finished the season ranked 4th, only behind Vanderbilt, Indiana, and USC. And then on defense, Notre Dame finished 6th. So according to the FEI, Notre Dame did have a top 10 offense and top 10 defense this past year. So this upcoming season with a returning defensive coordinator, I mean, think about that, Sean. They were the number 6 defense in the Fremo Efficiency Index this past season, and they started out the way that they started out. I think that's really, really impressive. So I'm going to buy this. They were this past season, and I think they're going to be better this year. It'll look a little bit different, but I think they'll be better this year. Sean, what do you think?
I'm right there with you, my brother. It's funny because when Mike Denbrock returned, he said that was his ultimate challenge. They had a top 5 defense, and he wanted to create a top 5 offense at Notre Dame. And now this is his best shot. Right? Notre Dame's always been able to run the ball. Closing the gap on offense is what, Trev? Wide receiver and quarterback. That's been the question mark. And it seems like CJ Carr has answered that question. It seems like he is the dude. So now we talked about the question mark of the wide receiver room, but immense talent littered throughout that room. So I'm buying that they're going to have a top 10 offense because, back in, I think you started to see a top 10 defense back end of the season. And I think that's going to continue in year 2 of Chris Ash. So I'm buying that.
And then to follow up, Tyler had another one, buy, sell, hold. The offensive line is still the biggest remaining gap between Notre Dame and winning a title. Yeah, I would just say the trenches in general. Now, I think that Notre Dame's defensive line was one of the most underrated units in the country in 2025. I really do. They played exceptionally well, led the country in pressures. Notre Dame had a top, 11 rush defense by the end of the season. And that's not just that's not because of Leonard Moore. You know what I mean? Like the defensive line, I think played exceptionally well. So I would say trenches in general as a cohesive unit, because there's been individual pieces that have played at a championship caliber level. But by and large, I'm buying that the offensive line is still the biggest remaining gap, because that's the biggest question that we have on offense right now. I would say it's offensive line, the performance of the wide receiver room, and then probably what CJ Carr's development would be third, and just what kind of jump he can make from year 1 to year 2 as a starter. But if the offensive line doesn't hone in on the bigger games, because when we're talking about a program like Notre Dame that's hunting for a title, I don't care about what they do against Stanford. And there's things that we can look at of, hey, this will translate well, but it's like, hey, look, they looked lights out against Navy. They look lights out against Syracuse, but against Texas A&M and against Miami, the offensive line looks suspect. And so that level of consistency has to raise. They have to stay healthier. So I'm buying that that's still the biggest gap.
I'm going to be a little bit more. Trev was real nice with it, ladies and gentlemen. He was real nice with it. Because honestly, we have seen, and I'll ask you the same question. I believe I asked Brian this question when we were on the phone. Is it safe to say the last 3 national champions had dominant O-line play?
Yeah.
Is that safe to say, Trev?
Oh, absolutely. Indiana, Ohio State, and Michigan, for sure.
Now, to go to your point, you can go to the other side of the ball for all 3 of those teams and say, yeah, they had elite, dominant D-line play as well. So I agree with you. I agree with you. I think in my opinion, the O-line has a lot to prove this year. Because, and I know people are going to disagree with this. That's why I'm going to make sure I word it the way I'm going to say it. Notre Dame offensive line play has been better than probably 85 to 90% of the rest of college football and their O-line play. If you watch O-line play Saturday to Saturday across college football, Notre Dame is one of the better teams. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're championship level, but they're not bad. I haven't just seen a Notre Dame offensive line just be like putrid, just bad. Like, oh my God, what are we doing? But can they consistently, whether it's a good team or a bad team, can they consistently execute and produce? And I think the most important aspect of any dominant offensive line, Trev, is when you need it, can you make it happen? When you need it the most, can you go get it? That's what this Notre Dame offensive line needs to do in 2026, and that's the level they need to get to. I don't think Notre Dame's offensive line has consistent, because people are going to say, well, they ran for 200 yards 2 years ago. And what did they do against Penn State in the run game? What did they do against Georgia? Minus Riley Leonard running around in the run game. What did they do against Ohio State in the run game? What did they do against Miami? Game 1 last year. Like, that's when it matters. That's when we need this Notre Dame offensive line to step up and get to a level that when they face stiffer defenses, we're still going to get over 100 yards. It might be ugly. More than likely, it is going to be ugly, because those guys on the other side of the line of scrimmage are darn good as well. But we're still going to find a way to make sure that they feel us, and our will is placed upon them. I don't know if we've seen that consistently, Trev, the Notre Dame offensive line. So I'm going to buy this. I'm going to buy it. That's not to disregard that the defensive line needs to be as good and as dominant against those teams. The defensive line needs to be better against the run against Miami week 1. They need to be better. They got pushed around a little bit. They should have stopped the run on the last drive and applied pressure to not allow Miami to get in the field goal range. But they did. Right? They could have stopped a couple of things and applied pressure against Texas A&M, but they didn't. They gave up 42 points. But I think the offensive line, there is just something to be said for this offensive line finally stepping into and being a true candidate for the award that's named after the guy that solidified Notre Dame as O-line U. That started the trend that Notre Dame is O-line U. Notre Dame should be up for the Joe Moore Award at least biannually. Minimum biannually. Notre Dame should be a true contender for the Joe Moore Award. And that's why I'm buying this for Thailand. I made sure I said it as sweet as I could say it, Trev, without even getting emotional and just saying, look, the numbers are going to bear out that Notre Dame runs the ball and they run the ball effectively.
100%.
Right? And I don't want to sit here and talk about film and all that stuff. We'll say that for the season. All I'm telling you is to go and look in the games that they face stiffer competition in elite defensive lines, and they have not got it done. And teams like Michigan, when they won the championship, got it done against good defenses running the ball. Ohio State got it done running the ball against defenses, good defenses. And Indiana got it done against good defenses, and they were able to run the ball. That's what we need the Notre Dame offensive line to do in 2026.
I agree with you completely. The biggest thing that you said in there is consistency. The last time Notre Dame had that level of consistency at offensive line was 2020. Respect to some of the former players that have came through, but you're not going to convince me that the reason you made the playoffs in 2020 was because of Ben Skoranek and Javon McKinley. It's because when you needed it, you could lean on your offensive line and let Kyron Williams go rush for 1,000 yards. That's what it was. Ian Book threw like 15 touchdown passes in 2020. So they didn't make the playoffs because they were lighting up the world through the air. It was because they had that offensive line to lean on. Since then, it's been inconsistent, and that's been the biggest issue. And it's been in both ways. I mean, Sean, one of the best offensive line performances in 2023 was against Ohio State. Can't say the same for Duke the next week. I mean, in 2022, one of their best offensive line performances was against Clemson. It wasn't against Stanford. Consistency has just been almost the Achilles heel to this offensive line unit. And you're at a different spot now. Last year, Sean, how many times did we just say you got to get a body on a body with the running backs that you have? Aneyas Williams and Kedron Young and Nolan James and Javian Osborne and Jonas Walton are very, 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 very talented running backs. But they're not Jeremiah Love. You have to be willing to put forth a dominant, consistent performance week in and week out. That's the biggest thing with this offensive line. I'm with you completely. From Stubbs, buy, sell, hold, Notre Dame winning a title next year would be more impressive than those won in the past. The playoff era and NIL has made it more difficult than just winning a title, more difficult year after year. It's so tough to compare eras because Notre Dame hasn't won a championship since 1988, and I'm sure we can all agree that college football is significantly different now than it was in 1988. Because to counter this, Stubbs, and I'm not saying I'm buying or selling this, but to counter what I would say is, well, Lou Holtz was coaching at a program that didn't support football. And they had to play, what, 7 top 15 teams in one regular season? I don't think Notre Dame's schedule is as bad as what other people are making it out to be, but it's not that. You know what I mean? Like that year, they had to go play USC, the number 2 team in the country, on the road to finish regular season. This year, they're playing Syracuse on the road. So it's give or take on either side, because this generation, you have NIL and the 12-team playoff, which makes it more difficult. But what this program does have now is more resources, the backing of a university that wants the football program to be successful, and the schedules. And look, this isn't just specific to Notre Dame. I don't know if there's any team that is in the playoff hunt this upcoming season that has to play a Notre Dame 1988 level schedule in just the regular season. So just scheduling is different now because conferences are so much bigger. So I'll buy that because of the playoff era and NIL, it is more difficult to build a sustainable dynasty to win it year over year. I buy that, but it's so different to compare things that are, almost 40 years apart. So I think that's tough, 30, 40 years apart. So I think that's what's tough. That's where I'm at with that one, Sean. And I can't say that I lived through the 88 era. It's just I've done enough shows with Brian and with you to know what level of football was being played back then. So it's just different.
Well, Trev, you just stepped into an argument that myself and Malik continue to have for 2 years now.
Okay.
He swears that if Notre Dame ever wins the national championship, it would be the toughest and the most impressive national championship ever. And I'm like, yes, the back end of that journey is absolutely, man, it's a gauntlet. It's a challenge to your roster. You have to build a roster that's deep enough and talented enough to withstand a playoff run like that. You're going to play probably 3 or maybe 4 top 12 teams to win a championship. That's crazy. Notre Dame played 4 top 10, 4 top 15 teams during the regular season in 1988. Like, they started the season with number 3 or number 4. Then they played number 1. Then I think they played number 2 in the bowl game. Go look at that schedule. And we talk about scheduling right now. And current college football schedule is soft in comparison to what it used to be, Trev, which to me makes no sense because now that you have more of a leash or you have more games that you can lose, especially if you're in a conference or the SEC, it's like they're going to get the top 4 or 5 teams in anyway. That's where it's trending to. You know that going in as a team in the Big Ten and SEC. So you have a game to play with. You have an out of conference, a game out of conference against a really good opponent to play with that's going to make you better. But teams run away from the competition. They just don't want to take the chance when they have more of a leash. It's an oxymoron to me in a sense, Trev. I just don't get why they take advantage of that. But to go to this, I'll play whole because I can't disrespect either path. I can't disrespect the path that Notre Dame team took in 88. And I definitely can't disrespect the gauntlet that is the college football playoff right now, Trev. Is, man, and to say that they have to build a roster that's deep and talented enough to do that, that's fine because there's a purpose. You have to build it that way. Here's the kicker, Trev. Lou Holtz was building his roster that way anyway.
Yeah.
His roster was deep enough to run a gauntlet if they had a playoff. And if they had a playoff, Notre Dame might have 1 or 2 more national championships, to be honest. So you can't disrespect either path. It has to be a whole. It has to be. It makes for a great discussion. I'm sure players from both of those teams, the future Notre Dame national championship team and the 88 squad, I'm sure they would sit there and have stories and give reasons and debate as to why they should be deemed the greatest team. But yeah.
Yeah. Look, man, I'll say this. I don't care how impressive it is. I think Chief Brody beat me to it. I just want to see one. As long as they do it the right way and they don't do what that team up north did in 2023, I don't care how they win one, bro.
You know what? It's a lot of people in the fan base that wouldn't even care though. It's a lot of people at this point. It's a lot of fans that have been waiting a long time. I'm with you, Trev. The way you do it matters, right?
Yes.
I don't know you, my basketball coach used to tell me, if you play the game the right way, it will reward you. If you do things right, the game will reward you. So, yeah.
Oh, I get that completely. I had a quarterback coach that would always tell me that like winning was a byproduct of doing things the right way.
Yeah,
and that was a principle that we lived on, and I want them to do it the right way. But that being said, on their way to Notre Dame's next national championship, they could beat. I mean, they could beat an undefeated Ohio State team, and they could beat IU, and they could beat the Kansas City Chiefs when Patrick Mahomes comes back from his torn ACL, or they could beat my intramural flag football team and Tulsa and Kent State. I don't care who it is. I just want to see a title back in South Bend, bro. That's where I'm at.
I get it.
One's more ideal, but man, we need it. We need it. I'm with you. Got someone here from Beezer 12 Washing Beard. Buy, sell, hold. CJ Carr will win the Heisman, Maxwell, and Davey O'Brien Award next year.
I'm going to say sell. I'll tell you why. He can very well win the Heisman because Notre Dame could be undefeated. But we just talked about it, right? With the Brady Quinn topic. He's able to do that maybe with 3,300 yards. And Julian Sayin could win the Davey O'Brien because he's putting up crazy stats at Ohio State in his second year. You know, throwing the Brandon Ennis and the best wide receiver in all of college football, just going crazy, right? So his numbers can be better, but CJ can win the Heisman, and you know, another quarterback is sneaking. I think Josh Hoover in that system and the coaching with Cignetti is going to be immeasurably better. I just think he is going to be in that system, right? And the track record, O'Rourke became a totally different quarterback in that system under Cignetti.
Well,
Mendoza was good at Cal, but he took major steps in that system with Cignetti. I think the same thing is going to happen with Hoover. Not because I love Hoover that much. I just trust what Cignetti is able to do. So I can see another quarterback winning another one of these awards, even though CJ will win the Heisman.
If it's per the submission bees, all three in 1 year would be insane.
That's bananas. Yeah.
I'm going to sell it, but not with a whole lot of conviction because he absolutely has the ability to do all of this. He does. But to clean sweep and go all three, especially because, Sean, I don't know how you are with this. I'm a believer that 2026 is going to be a very strong year, or at least it's set up to be a very strong year for quarterback play in general. CJ Carr, Dante Moore, Julian Sayin, Arch Manning are kind of like the big four at the forefront of college football. But then you also have guys like DJ Lagway's going to a new home. You got guys like Josh Hoover, who's at a new place. Who knows what Kenny Minchie does year one under Will Stein. You have Lenora Sellers coming back, and maybe this is the year that he kind of puts it all together. I think quarterback play is set up to take a big step forward. Sam Levitt's going to be in that Lane Kiffin system. I think he's going to put up a dumb amount of numbers in that LSU offense. I really do. If the offensive line holds up, kind of the caveat for every quarterback here that we're talking about. I mean, I look at that receiving core for Texas, and it's like it would almost be a cardinal sin for Arch Manning to not put up Heisman, Maxwell, or Davey O'Brien level numbers. When you got Ryan Wingo, you got Cam Coleman, you know, like that, you got some dudes in that receiving core. So I'm going to sell it, not with a lot of conviction, but to clean sweep all three would be that would be crazy in a good way. But that would be nuts. That would be extremely, extremely difficult. Sean, in part 3 of today's show here on the Irish Breakdown podcast, brought to you by our friends over at FanDuel, it's the buy, sell, hold today. And getting us kicked off here, In part 3 is Beezer 12 Washing Beard. Buy, sell, hold. Football is the new America's pastime and has been for a while.
I'll take it a step further. College football. Look, man, I know the NFL is king in revenue and ratings. I would never argue that. Never. But I think one of the greatest benefits of the college football playoff and the expansion is that it has expanded college football and brought it into the discussion, especially in the media and on social media, on a totally different level. It really has. It's absolute powers that be. And shout out to Jack Swarbrick, who was one of the architects of this thing. And maybe this is what they envisioned. But not only football, but I think there is a revival happening with college football. And I think it's absolutely fantastic to have a school like Indiana kind of be woven into the fabric now. Like annual doormats in the Big Ten. And now, you know, they're talking about them fighting for 4 and 5 stars and getting recruits. They just had a big junior day this past weekend. And that's fantastic. You know, and you still have Ohio State. And now Cal Whittingham, can he revive Michigan? It's just, this is peak college football right here, Trev. Peak. And really, I couldn't agree more with Beezer with this. It really is the new America's pastime. It probably has been for a long time. Because I can't even tell you. I have to go back to the summer of Sosa and McGuire when I really felt like baseball was like king. Or maybe even like the World Series of like 2001, kind of like after 9/11, when all of the attention went to, you know, the World Series in New York. Outside of that, yeah.
Yeah, so some of this just kind of depends on who you talk to. Like for me, I got into football in like 2005. That's kind of when I started becoming an avid fan of football. So in my lifetime, I would argue that's always kind of been the debate. And I feel like that's when we started seeing the transition of like just football in general as a sport taking over as America's pastime. I played baseball and I was pretty decent at baseball. And I played it up until I started playing football and basketball. And I was like, yeah, I like those two better. But that's just me. I know some people that would still argue to this day that baseball is still America's pastime, you know, based on availability to go to games, things like that. But like, I never grew up in like a World Series household. Like, my argument against it is I feel like whether you're a football or baseball guy, you'll always watch the Super Bowl, but if you're a football guy, you won't always watch a World Series. Now, again, it's subjective based on household. That's just how my family always was, you know? So this one I'm buying, but I'm buying it for me specifically. Like I said, I have friends that would die on the hill that it's still baseball because of all the history that goes into it. And I get it.
You know what I think America's pastime was kind of like given to baseball? If a baseball player walked down the street outside of the top guy, right? Outside of Harry Bonds or Ken Griffey Jr., would you even recognize him?
Yeah,
it's really the game. It's really the game where everyday guys that are like 5'9", 5'10", 5'11" can be really good at their job and go unnoticed. It's like the game to go play where everybody can play it, right? Everybody can't be 6'5", 270. Like if I grew up wanting to play offensive line in Notre Dame and I'm still 5'11", there's no chance. There's no chance. No chance. But I can go to a White Sox game or a Cubs game as a kid, see somebody, and I happen to be 5'11", but I'm really good and put the work in, I might have the chance to actually make it to the major leagues. You know, it's just one of those games where it just grabs you at a younger level and you can see yourself doing it. You know, you don't have to have the special gene. You don't have to be a 6'6" wing to be good and make it to the NBA. Like, if you're 5'6", more than likely you're not making it to the NBA, right? And I just think that's something from a relatability standpoint that baseball always had, you know. But I don't know. That's just the way I've always looked at it. That's something that
fair.
baseball always had over other sports.
Sure. Well, that makes sense. That definitely makes sense. Game's definitely changing now, especially when you got guys like, Aaron Judge, who could be an NFL tight end.
That is crazy, right?
Definitely different. Very interested in this next one from you, Bees. Buy, sell, hold. Talent-wise, Tom Brady is not a top 5 quarterback of all time. This one's for Raymond Hartman, I'm assuming.
What's the talents?
I was about to say
physical talent.
I was about to say, like, if we're talking athletically, I mean, sure. But I mean, if we're talking about talent of playing the position, this is a very hard sell. Like, I'm going to take this as talent as in like 40 time and like arm strength, I guess. But when I think of talented quarterbacks, I think of, like reading defenses and remaining composed and being able to make like Tom Brady didn't have the arm strength of like Pat Mahomes, but he also doesn't have the arm strength of me. Like there was still, so I mean, if we're talking about that level of talent, this is a very hard sell. If we're talking about just like pure athletic ability, like running, jumping, then I guess buy. But then, like, who is your top 5 list of quarterbacks if it's just running and jumping? Anthony Richardson and Cam Newton? Like, I don't, you know what I mean? Like, that's a tough way to look at the quarterback position.
Yeah. Because would you consider processing as a talent? I'm sure the scouts do.
I do.
Yeah, you played the position, so that's a talent to be able to see things, process it as quickly as a guy like Tom Brady and other Hall of Famers have been able to do. Absolutely. But then, the talent to get you out of a jam is a talent as well, to be able to escape a pass rush and, make an incredible play. I would say, based on physical talent, I'll just put my own parameters on it. Physical talent, no, he's not top 5, just physically. He's not a top 5 quarterback. If you want to talk about talented at playing the position, without question.
Yeah.
Without question. There's not too many that have the collective talents that it takes to play the position that are better. If not anyone's better. And I would say the most complete quarterback, I can't believe I'm saying this because Brian's probably smiling, grinning like a Cheshire cat. I've seen John Elway is the most complete, physically gifted, and processor of football that I've ever seen. And Marino's right behind him. Like, what they were able to do throwing the ball and how they were able to come in immediately to be thrown into the fire and immediately do the things they did. That's top 5. And I think it's safe to say, I think Patrick Mahomes would be in consideration. Malik wouldn't like this, but I mean, Josh Allen would be in consideration for overall just talent, gifted at the position.
Yeah. I mean, the talent conversation with quarterback is so difficult because, like, the talent a quarterback has is very specific to quarterbacks. Like, you can't look at talent-wise and compare it to, like, well, he doesn't run as fast as a receiver or run as fast as – and I know that's not what Bees is saying, but I mean, if we're talking about just talent-wise from athletics, then you also then have to remove Peyton Manning from that conversation and like guys like Drew Brees from that conversation. If we're just talking running, jumping, and being able to throw the ball a quarter mile. But yeah, Yeah, that one's
That's
probably gonna be so.
Trev. That's why you have to make the processing part of the talent,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
That's like saying a shooting guard that can't shoot, or a shooting guard that can shoot the lights out, but he can't run fast, he can't jump, but he lights you up for 30 a night.
Yeah.
I mean, shooting is a talent. I mean,
Yep.
or some people might say it's not a talent, it's a skill. All right.
Yeah, then
Tomato.
we start splitting hairs at that point. I do know that Tom Brady has one of the craziest sports stats that I've ever heard in my entire life. You know, he never took a snap in his career where he was mathematically eliminated from the playoffs
That's incredible.
in the entirety of
That's
his career.
incredible. That's incredible. I have another stat for you. You realize Tom Brady had a top 10 defense 74.8% of the time that he played? That's
Good
crazy.
Lord. Yeah.
No other quarterback is within 38% of him.
Yeah.
Yeah, the top 10 defense, 74.8% of the time he played. You talk about being blessed.
Man.
You're the GOAT. And you got a top 10 defense 3/4 of the time you're playing. Yeah. You need to be praying and thanking God every day.
100%. 100%. Another one from Bees, buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame wins it all next year, and Marcus Freeman stays at least another season due to most of the jobs being taken by the time the playoffs are done. Look, I'm gonna hope by this one, Bees. I'm hoping that this season kind of invigorates Marcus Freeman to want to stay at this level. I mean, he came out in a press conference before and said that everything that he wants to achieve in his career he can do in South Bend, and I hope that those are some standards that he continues to live by. So I'm gonna hope by it, because I definitely understand where you're coming from, but look, the NFL job openings will happen. I mean, Jesse Minter was hired after the national championship game.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure the Arizona Cardinals job still might be open. I think, so I'm pretty sure the Falcons didn't hire Kevin Stefanski until after the national championship game was over. So they will still be open. So I don't think it has time to and plus, if an organization wants Marcus Freeman that bad, they just won't hire anybody until they have the chance to sit down and formally interview him. But I'm going to hope by this, because I would love to see Marcus Freeman stay in South Bend long term. That's where I'm at.
You know what? It's all about timing, right? That's why it's Trev. I really wasn't upset. I'm never upset with anyone that listens to offers. It never hurts to have a conversation, ever. Relationships, life, business. It never hurts to have a conversation, right? So I wasn't upset with him talking to teams, as he said before, gathering information and anticipating that sometime down the line he may want to take on the challenge to go to the NFL. But it will be pretty hard. I'll be honest. I think it'll be pretty hard for Marcus Freeman to walk away, regardless of the outcome of the season, unless a certain job opens. I would be more fearful of a college football job opening than an NFL job. If Ryan Day went to the NFL, I would start being, I'd be like, okay, I'm a little nervous, because I think the Ohio State job would be very appealing to Marcus Freeman.
Yeah.
But he's pretty much said no to you would think the Giants job was open. I can't sit here. I'm not privy to what conversations, or if any conversations took place, but from a peripheral, it looks like he said no. No, thank you. Looks like he did that to Chicago Bears, who were open about their interests and the fact that they reached out. So those are like founding organizations in the NFL in big cities, in big markets that most people would love to take on that task. And for all purposes, he decided to return to Notre Dame, despite their interests. So,
sure.
I mean, maybe if it was the Cowboys, I just think it would have to be an undeniable opportunity with an absolutely incredible. Okay. Let's say this is me just connecting the dots, right? But this is going to be a lot of what ifs. What if the Kansas City Chiefs draft Jeremiah Love? What if they win another Super Bowl or don't get to the Super Bowl and Big Red decides to retire? And the Hunt family, their history. They got a new stadium coming. They pretty much just fleeced the state of Missouri to get Hunt.
Yeah.
Right? And they got Patrick Mahomes for at least the next 6 to 8 years, you surmise. I mean, that's a situation that any college football head coach would have to think about. Like, man, Pat, let's see, Dylan McCullough is talking about being a running back coach there again. I mean, defensive coordinator is a long-time legend. So you're walking in with that set. You're walking in with your quarterback set. That would be a situation that's very hard to say no to. And I think Coach Freeman has shown, Trev, that it's going to take a very particular situation to pull him away from South Bend.
Yeah, there's only a couple of NFL openings that I could see coming open in the next couple seasons that would worry me. And then the only one in college that would concern me is Ohio State. Yeah. Yep. But the Chiefs could be one. I mean, what if, and I'm kind of shocked that they didn't do this past season, but what if the Bengals let go of Zach Taylor? You give Marcus Freeman a chance to reunite with Al Golden. You give him Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins. Gets to stay in the Midwest. I don't know.
It's still the Brown family, my brother.
Yeah, fair. That's fair. That's very fair.
Now, if you're comparing organizations, I don't think the Bengals come anywhere close to the Hunt family.
Oh, no. Yeah. No, not organizations. I was just thinking team. Yes.
Team-wise, I would be like, okay, I can see the interest, but I would feel a whole lot better about Notre Dame versus the Bengals.
Oh, then
sure. Notre Dame versus the Chiefs. Yeah.
Sure.
But both would be very intriguing. I agree with you there.
Got another food one in here from Bees. Buy, sell, hold Girl Scout cookies, Samoas, Thin Mints, or Tagalongs. Ooh.
Man. Oh, so we have to buy, sell, and hold?
Buy one, sell one, hold one.
Yeah, because honestly, I would sell all three, but I'll give it a try. I would buy tagalongs, hold Thin Mints, and sell Samoas. If I'm correct, Samoas have coconut in them, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I don't like the texture of coconut, so that's why I would sell the Samoas. Yep.
Okay, fair. I'd buy tagalongs, I would hold Thin Mints, and I'd sell Samoas. The only reason why I'm not buying Thin Mints is they are significantly elevated when I eat them after I take them out of the freezer. Like that's
I've never tried that, Trev, but I see the genius in it.
Dude, it's next time you have the opportunity to buy Girl Scout cookies, get you a box of Thin Mints, throw them bad boys in the freezer. It definitely increases it significantly. But I'm partial to just chocolate and peanut butter. That's why I love tagalongs. Like, that is my kryptonite. I'm not like a big sweets guy, but chocolate and peanut butter, that gets me there. It's so good.
Yeah, I get that. That sounds amazing because I do that with my Milky Ways and Snickers. Put them in the freezer. Yeah.
Yep. Do that with Thin Mints, bro. It'll change your life.
Okay.
I'm telling you. Buy, sell, hold from Heyo Teo. Ohio State is at Texas, at Indiana, and at USC this year, home against Oregon. Ohio State finishes this season with 3 losses and misses the playoffs. I mean, first and they also got, Michigan at home as well. So Ohio State has a gauntlet of a schedule this year. I'll be honest. Like, they got a tough schedule. Depending on how their losses look, I could see them getting in with 3 losses. I could. Like, let's say they beat Indiana on the road. They lose to Oregon at home. They beat Michigan at home. Lose to Texas on the road. Gosh, I just don't see them losing to USC. But between those games, if they have 3 losses, depending on what those losses look like, I could see them making it in. I mean, shoot, I just watched the committee put in a team that had 3 losses, with their last loss being by 21 points. Like, I could see it all at this point. I mean, I watched the committee put in a 3-loss team going into the playoffs, and one of those losses was to a 5-7 team. So let alone Ohio State losing to one of these odds are ranked teams. I don't think USC is going to be ranked in like playoff rankings. I can see them being 22nd. I can see them being hovering somewhere in the bottom part of the top 25. So I'm going to sell this because, 1, I don't think they have 3 losses this year, and 2, with that schedule, I don't see them not making the playoffs.
I'm selling because I just don't think they lose 3 games.
Yep.
And USC being part of this question is kind of funny. I'm sorry, man. I just have no respect for their football program. And being a Big Ten guy, I just continue to hammer. Like, yo, I don't even know if they're tier 2 Big Ten right now, to be honest. But yeah, the conversation of whether or not they would even be able to get in with 3 losses that would be an honest conversation.
Yep.
That would be an honest conversation. And you know what else is the most astounding thing about these 3 teams that they're facing, Trev? Right now, the early line has the Buckeyes as a 2.5-point underdog on the road at Texas. That shocked me over at FanDuel.
On FanDuel, yep.
Yes, sir. That shocked me, Trev. I'm like, wait a minute. You guys believe in Texas that much? Okay. All right.
Yeah, that's definitely FanDuel saying it's a pick'em game, because I also have Ohio State and Texas tied for the second best odds to win the Natty. And yes, Texas is at home, so they're going to give them a 2.5, 3-point bump. So they view that very much as a pick'em game, but I get you. I get you completely. But the Ohio State schedule, look, if Ohio State goes anywhere like a minimum 10-2 against that schedule, they're just in the playoffs with what they have to face. But I'm with you. I think it's interesting you put at USC on this and not home against Michigan.
I would Michigan put home is like against, the kryptonite. Yeah.
Yes. I would put home against Michigan over. We did our way too early top 25s. I didn't even rank USC. Maybe a little harsh, but yeah. I didn't even have them ranked in my top 25.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe I'm still just bitter about the rivalry ending. Maybe.
Where did you have Texas? Where did you have Texas in your too early?
3rd.
You have 3rd?
Yeah.
Is Oregon in your top 10?
Yeah, I got my top 3 is Notre Dame, Oregon, Texas.
Okay.
So, yeah, man. Definitely an interesting conversation, that's for sure. Got one in here from Ben Tarnowski. Buy, sell, hold. We'll see a good amount of 20 or 21 personnel next year with Aneyas playing a role in the passing game. Yeah, Ben, I'm going to sell this. If we're not going to see a lot of 20 or 21 personnel with Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price, I don't think we're going to see a lot of it with Aneyas Williams and Keedron Young, or Aneyas Williams and Nolan James, or Nolan James and Keedron Young. So is it possible? Yeah, it's definitely possible. But if 4 and 24 in your running back room isn't going to invoke Mike Denbrock to run more 20 or 21 personnel, I definitely don't see it with this running back room. So I'm going to sell this.
I just think you have too much talent in the wide receiver room. I mean, we've been clamoring for 20 and 21 personnel. We really have. if they didn't do it with the running backs they had, I don't know if we see more of it or see it at all with, in my opinion, a more talented wide receiver room.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with that. I get you.
So
Another stat one here. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Sean.
I was just saying I'll sell it.
Another stat one here, Sean. Buy, sell, hold. Boubacar Traore and Bryce Young will both be top 5 in total sacks. And I'm going to assume, Ben, if you're in the chat, let us know. Because if you're talking about like on the team, that's an easy sell, and they might be 1 and 2. If you're talking like in the country, that's a sell. That is extremely difficult to do. I mean, Sean, who are the best edge players in the like the edge duo last year? Are we going with Ruben Bain and Akeem Mesidor as like the best 1-2 defensive end punch in college football?
Yeah, probably.
Akeem Mesidor finished 3rd with 12.5 sacks, and Ruben Bain finished 18th with 9.5. It is very, very hard to have 2 guys finish in the top, but in the top 5. That's, I mean, that would be Notre Dame over the course of a 15-16 game season where both of their defensive ends each have at least 12 sacks to finish top 5. That would be very difficult to do for both.
I think the last, well, he was a linebacker, but I know Wilson and Boulware did it for Florida State, I believe, a long time ago. I'm trying to think the last combo edge players on the same team that were top 5.
Yeah, I'm scrolling through
where Arrington was a linebacker, right? He wasn't considered with Courtney Brown, he wasn't considered an edge rusher. I don't even know if they both were top 5 though.
So far, the closest, and one of these was a linebacker, but so far the closest I found was Michigan in 21. Aiden Hutchinson finished 3rd, and David Ajabo finished 11th, tied 11th. That's so far. That's the closest that I've found.
Yeah, because I went all the way back to the 90s for that one.
Yeah, so I sell that would be very, very difficult. I'd love to see it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not selling it because it would be awesome to watch. Like that's just if the duo of Akeem Mesidor and Ruben Bain finished 3rd and 18th. Nah, that's going to be pretty tough to do. And those are 2 guys that played in extended seasons. You know what I mean? So, yeah, that's going to be interesting. And Christopher Galloway, our guy, brought up a good point. If I can find it. Yeah, he said Brew is going to help the sack stats for the ends. Yeah, like I think so too, but I also think Brew's going to get some of his own too. You know, Jason Onye turned it on last year as a pass rusher. I think it'll be more distributed, but that would be tough for both to finish in the top 5. Another one from Ben Tarnowski, buy, sell, hold. We will have 4 receivers over 500 yards. Not sure who, but a combination of Porter, Graham, Faison, Williams, and Greathouse, with one of them having 1,000 yards.
You know what? I'm going to hold, and by the time I finish talking, I might actually change my mind. Because I do think 2 guys need to stand out in the wide receiver room for CJ. CJ needs to have 2 go-to guys. Like, I need CJ to have a go-to guy. And once again, just looking at like what you see in championships or national title games and teams that get to the title game, who is that go-to guy, right? And even Notre Dame, Riley Leonard, Jaden Greathouse was his go-to guy in the playoff, especially the later it got into the playoffs. That was his go-to guy against Penn State late in the game when they were making the comeback against Ohio State. Jaden Greathouse was the go-to guy. Malachi Toney was go-to guy. I forget the kid's name for Indiana. That was the go-to guy on the back shoulder fades for Mendoza.
Charlie Becker.
Becker, there you go. And I just need, at the quarterback, more than like 4 guys having over 500. Man, he needs 2 go-to guys, but that doesn't necessarily mean that those go-to guys have over 1,000 yards like a Malachi Tony, right? Can it be more? Can it be more distributed like Indiana, who I think Indiana had 4 guys over 500 yards, had a couple of guys approaching 900 yards, but I can see 4 guys over 500. I think I just talked myself into buying it. Because I saw Indiana do it with Mendoza.
So this is a sell for me only because of the last part. I have more confidence that we're going to see 4 guys with 500 yards and 1 guy with 1,000. I really do. I have not seen an 1,000-yard receiver at Notre Dame since Chase Claypool. And so, but it's not been for a lack of like predicting somebody would do it. You know, I said at this time last year, I'd be shocked if one of Malachi Fields or Jaden Greathouse wasn't an 1,000-yard receiver. And because of usage, Jaden Greathouse wasn't even a 200-yard receiver because of usage and injury. And Malachi Fields, from a yardage standpoint, had one of his least productive years in college. And so I just have to see it. Now, I understand all the signs are pointing in that direction. Jeremiah Love and Jadari Price are gone. Year 3 of Mike Denbrock. CJ Carr going into year 2. So it's definitely possible, but I still think that the ball is going to be significantly more distributed this year than last year. I think your receiver rotation is going to be deeper. So I'm selling it strictly for the last part, but I will say I think having 4 receivers over 500 is very doable, especially in a 15 to 16 game season, Sean. I can see, the top guy having 900, next place guy has like 700, and then a couple over 500 yards. I absolutely could see that.
Yeah.
And depending on what the tight end usage looks like, maybe the 4th one isn't even a receiver. It could be a pass catcher, just pass catcher in general. But who knows?
Like you said, Indiana is a great comp. Surratt was injured a lot back into the season. He still ended up with 830 yards. Charlie Becker came on because of that injury. Well, really, because they don't play the same position, but he's at 679. Omar Cooper was the leading receiver at 937, so he was 63 yards from being at 1,000. So they were really close to that. And then EJ Williams was right below 500 at 438. So, they were really close to kind of doing this. So it can be done. It can be done. Will it be done? You know what? I'm gonna stay with my buy.
Love it. From Purple and Gold, buy so hold. Notre Dame will win every 2026 regular season game by double digits. I sell.
Yeah.
Like as much as, and I understand that double digits also includes like, a 27-17 type of win, but it is way too early for me to predict them to beat Miami and BYU and SMU all by double digits. I can't do that yet. It's a sell for me.
You're just going to have one. Mm-hmm. You're going to have one of those games. You just are. And more than likely, he's going to come against one of those teams that you don't expect to even be in a close game. Like you said, at the end of the 3rd quarter. And Notre Dame can still blow it open in the 4th. However, it's a sell for me too, Trev.
And another one from Purple and Gold. Brian Kelly comes back to Notre Dame in the future to attend a game, a reunion, or to honor a former team or player. I'm sell.
Probably be some time. Yeah.
Yeah. It would definitely be some time. I'm going to sell that. And then buy so hold. Brian Kelly receives a warm welcome or applause at said return.
Honestly, Trev, his players, look, man, the guys that played for him, they ride for Brian Kelly. Now, the fan base and the media, we have a different perspective and take. But the guys that played for him, they can sit there and talk to you about his flaws. And as soon as they get done, they'll tell you, like, coach can coach. Coach can coach his butt off. So there's a respect for what they were able to do, under his leadership, if that's what you want to call it. That's being me and petty. But
yeah, I mean, I think he'll get some applause. Just, I mean, because I don't view the Notre Dame fan base in its entirety as like rude.
You know what? Yes, I'm just thinking about his former players. Oh, I'm telling all of this. Yeah,
yeah.
I'm sorry. I get you. I'm sorry, man.
I get you. Then another one from Purple and Gold. By so hold, Notre Dame is one of the few places where, oddly enough, the stadium atmosphere is better for an afternoon 3:30 game than for a night game. I sell.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a sell for me. I've been to both. And night games just and here's the reason why Purple and Gold. The way that Notre Dame schedules their home games, like their home night games, it's always a high octane opponent. Who have been their night games the last couple of seasons? You got Navy, which is a historic rival. They had Texas A&M and USC this past season. In 2024, who is their home night game in 24?
24, that's when they played Ohio State at night, right?
No, that was 23. That was a night game. They also played USC at home at night in 23. I don't.
They did play a night game in 24. It was at Yankee Stadium.
Yeah. So that wasn't even a home game. Yeah. Yep. So I'm going to sell that from just a fan that has gone to both. Now, it's back when I was going to games when I was like younger, they just didn't do night games at Notre Dame Stadium. So like it's a little bit different. Like you were just playing USC at 3:30 no matter what. Yeah. So yeah, even Louisville was a 3:30 kickoff. I remember that. That was the Peacock game that year.
Yeah, Florida State. Yeah.
Yep. Florida State was the night game. That's right. Thank you, Irishman 7114. Appreciate that. So it was Florida State. But no, I gotta sell this, especially now with how they schedule games. I think night game atmospheres are it's a little different. Fans are tailgating for longer, and it's always a higher octane opponent. So
I understand why he says that though. That 3:30
game,
especially if it's a really good game, when the sun starts to set, it starts to get a little dark. The ending is theatrical because everything is now nighttime. So I understand. You could think that atmosphere. That's because that's what the Miami and Florida State games,
sure,
88, 89, 90. That's what they were. 3:30, and then it would end, as a night game.
Oh yeah.
So yeah,
I get that. And then by so hold, there's something about a cool, crisp fall afternoon in South Bend with the Golden Dome shining, touchdown Jesus overlooking the stadium, and the bright yellow mums out and in full display. Oh yeah, yeah. It's my favorite place to be on a Saturday in the fall.
That famous USC game is the same way.
Yep.
3:30 start, and yeah,
100%. From Dane Dad 22, by so hold, the 2026 Notre Dame defense will have some struggles to start the season with the turnover of all defensive position coaches, but they will not result in the season-opening losses we experience in 25. Well, even if there are struggles, Dane, I'm going to buy that because the level of opponents that you're facing is different. Facing Wisconsin at Lambeau Field and then facing Rice at home is a lot different than Miami down in Hard Rock Stadium and Texas A&M at home at night. So just because a level of opponent I buy, or I'm going to say that they won't result in a loss. So that I definitely buy. Some struggles. I talked about this last week, but Notre Dame is in a very interesting spot because they're going through two different sample sizes in back-to-back seasons. In 2024, they had a new defensive coordinator, but their entire supporting staff all returned. Max Bulla, Al Washington, and Mike Mickens. This year, their defensive coordinator returns, but they have all new position coaches. Which one takes today? And I think that's going to be interesting. I think the truth is going to lie somewhere in between. I don't know what you define as struggle. I don't know if they'll struggle because you have a bunch of players going into year two of the system overall. But I do buy that they won't result in season opening losses. So that I do buy. Sean, what about you?
Well, it goes back to what we said previously. I think the struggles have been the fact that Marcus Freeman just didn't have the offense figured out. Just never had the offense figured out, didn't have the quarterback situation settled. And there's nothing more settling for a team than to have your quarterback.
Yeah.
I don't care what level, high school, college, pros, you have your quarterback, that settles everything down, especially in preparation. And when you have to go through your preparation time in the spring and the fall camp, trying to figure out who would be your quarterback, it just muddles things up a little bit. It just really does. And I don't think the defense is going to have anything to do with struggles. I really do. I think him having struggles has been his quarterback, right? Having to bring that court. He had to bring Riley Leonard along. They had to figure out what was going to be best for him and who they needed to be with Riley Leonard. And once they figured it out, they took off, right? They know who they are. They know what they have. So I think offensively, they're going to take off. And the defense is going to continue to get better, right? But I don't think they're going to play as bad as they played to start last season defensively. But I don't think they're going to be as good to start the season as they will be come October and November.
No, I don't know if Marcus Freeman will ever allow a Texas A&M-esque performance again while he's in South Bend. I really don't think that happens. I don't. I'm with you. Another one from Dane Dad. Biso hold the struggles mentioned above will be worked out by game 3, and this defense will lead the Power 4 in turnovers gained and tackles for loss.
Yeah, I just don't think they're going to struggle defensively, Trev.
Yeah.
I guess what's the definition of struggle? Like, not as good as they will be. I agree with that. If you want to, kind of highlight that as struggling.
Well,
but
and that's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing, Sean.
Doing what they did last year to start the first 2, I definitely don't see that. I don't see that.
No, I definitely don't think so either. And look, like, let's be real about something. If the defense played like how they did against Miami, they probably don't lose against Texas A&M. The thing that shocked us so much was the regression from game 1 to game 2. That was crazy. Now, with that being said, I hope that they get better as the season goes along. I hope Notre Dame's defense doesn't peak in, the first 3 games, because what are we talking about here? We're talking about a schedule that has them going out to Provo, Utah to play a potential top 10 team in October. And then a couple weeks later on November 7th, they're at home against Miami, a team that just played for the national championship. So I hope that this team does. And then after the Miami game, I believe, is when they play SMU. So I hope that they don't peak early on. So I think some of the struggles you see will just be like just some rust that you see with every college football team. But struggle is an A&M struggle? Nah, I'm with you. Biso hold the 2026 offensive line will make adjustments to get the best 5 on the field in the correct positions. And this will be done because Freeman and Denbrock challenge Rudolph to challenge everything if everyone is healthy.
I have to sell this just based upon what I've seen. That's all I can go on. We can speculate, but yeah, I'll sell.
It's a sell for me as well until I see it. Because there's a world where you get the best 5 on the field not in the correct positions. There's a world where your starting lineup is Anthony Knapp, Will Black, Ashton Craig, Charles Jagazon, and Gerby Lambert. But if you got Will Black playing guard, is that really his best spot? I don't think so. But I'm with you, Sean. Biso hold from Mighty Irish. Williams will have 1,200 rushing yards and 10 touchdowns. If it's the regular season, I'm selling. I don't think he gets 1,200 rushing yards in the regular season. I mean, what Jeremiah Love in the regular season finished with, let's see. Jeremiah Love in the regular season finished with 1,372 in 12 games and 18 touchdowns. In the regular season, I'm going to sell. Over the season in its entirety, I could absolutely see that. and I hope I'm wrong, and no, this has nothing to do with like Aneyas Williams as a player or what my thought is of him as a player. I just think you're going to see more of a rotation this year. I think you're going to see, put it this way, I think you'll see Kedron Young more in a capacity in the backfield than you did Jadarian Price running behind Jeremiah Love. I think the carry splits will be much more 50-50 than like 65-35. So that's a sell for me in the regular season. 10 touchdowns, though, I could see happening in the regular season. That would not surprise me. It's the yards that I have to hang up on, Sean.
Honestly, he might not even be. He might have, shall I say, the most rushing touchdowns in the backfield. You know, because you might have a guy like Kedron Young be the red zone guy.
Yeah. Yep.
He might have more touchdowns. And Aneyas might have what? 5 or 6 through the air. They get him to 10. And Kedron can give you 10 on the ground. That would be fantastic. Wow. But CJ and 3,500 passing yards and 30 tons.
Again, if this is over the course of 15, 16 games, I buy this. I mean, shoot, he had 24 passing touchdowns in 12 games this past year. You know, and that was including a game against Syracuse, where he threw like 9 passes. I don't know if you're going to see that again. So again, touchdowns I'm more inclined to buy than yards, but I think if they play 15, 16 games, he gets to the 3,500 yard mark. I'll buy this. I think they're going to be a little bit more of a pass heavy offense this year in comparison to last year. What do you think?
I'll buy it.
Yeah.
That's right around the passing yards, and I think the touchdowns are going to be easy.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
I'm with you there. And then this one, the 2026 defense will be the most dominant in Notre Dame history. I'm just going to come out and say it. I'm selling this. The 1966 defense gave up a total of 38 points.
That's crazy.
That's it. So no matter what way you look at it, like relative for this time, or like, it's tough to compare eras because the game in 2026 will be significantly different than the game in 1966. But the most dominant in Notre Dame history, I don't know if we're ever going to see a 1966 defense again. Like, they got a ways to go before they're the 2012 defense. You know what I'm saying? I think they have the potential to be better than the 2012 defense. But yeah, most dominant in Notre Dame history, I got to sell.
Yeah.
Another one from Mighty Irish. Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame's defense will have 40 sacks. Let me see. Where did they end the regular season this year?
I think they had 31 this year.
With leading the team or the country in pressures. Yeah, they finished this year with 36 sacks. Yeah, that's 36, a buy.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a buy. Here's a good one, Sean. Leonard Moore will have 12 interceptions. I'll say this, Mighty Irish. Yeah. Go ahead, Sean.
No, I was about to ask your expertise. I was like, yo, that sounds like one of those, what do they call those lines that's ridiculous that they try to get you to lure you in early?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's, come on, man. You'll be a fool to place that bet.
Yeah.
12 interceptions is a lot of interceptions, man. Like,
yeah.
Once he gets to 6, who's foolish enough to throw at him?
Yeah, I mean, if he has 12 interceptions, there's 2 different ways to look at it. You could look at it and say, if he gets 12 interceptions in a season, is he the best cornerback in Notre Dame history? Valid question. The other aspect of the life of a corner, if you have 12 interceptions, why are you being targeted so much? Trayvon Diggs ended an NFL season with like 11 interceptions, but also he gave up like the most receiving yards in the league, kind of by a lot. So there's a reason you have opportunity, unless he just intercepts every single target that he gets. But no, as fun as that would be to watch Mighty Irish, I got to sell that. And then next one from Mighty Irish, Notre Dame will have at least 6 block punts and 4 block field goals. Again, I got to sell that. Like that's a lot. They had what? How many block punts did they have this past year, Sean? 2? They blocked one against Syracuse for a touchdown and then one against Texas A&M for a touchdown. Did they block any others?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I know one thing. It's a lot of coaches that are going to get raises with all of these bicycle holes that the fans are putting up today. It's going to be a lot of raises next season if these things take place.
Yeah, that's a big ask, Mighty Irish. I'll say this, though. I love where your head's at. I love it. Getting into part 4 of the Irish Breakdown podcast, brought to you by our friends over at FanDuel. It's the buy, sell, hold. And getting us kicked off here in part 4 is our guy, Ball Peen Shillelagh. Since it took 2.5 games for the defense to get into decent shape last season, with the way the schedule is shaped this season, it is realistic to expect an undefeated season. This takes into consideration that the entire defensive position group staff had turnover. Yeah. I mean, the way the schedule sets up, I mean, look, also the thing we have to take into account with I'll say it to be nice, a different level of quality of opponent to start out this year, because let's be real. Wisconsin at a neutral site and Rice at home is different than Miami down in Hard Rock and Texas A&M at home at night. It's just different. Levels to everything, Sean, and it is different. But with that being said, I don't think that it's just the schedule, because I would like, if Chris Ash was going into year 2 and this was the year they started out the season on the road against Miami and at home against Texas A&M, the defense would just be better. It would. I have full confidence in saying that, just because it's a year of your system being more in place. So Ballpeen, I buy this, but it's not just for the schedule. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, once again, I mean, look, Notre Dame held Miami to one of their lowest offensive outputs in that game. So defensively, one could arguably say they did enough. 2 turnovers were costly for the Fighting Irish in that game. You had a first-time starter. And like you said, forget the defensive side. If they went into that game with Carr year 2, instead of his first time being a starter, that shifts the game plan and everything and the way they attack that Miami defense. So, yeah, there's a lot of different factors as to why more than likely they're going to get out to a better start. And I just don't see the defense needing 2.5. I don't think the defense is going to have a problem to start the season. I just don't.
Yeah, I
just really don't.
We see that the same.
Which is
another
crazy.
one from Ballpeen.
No,
go ahead.
Just to like piggyback, I'm more concerned with the offensive line than I am the defensive line.
Yeah. Yep. I am too. Especially with the portal additions the D-line made, my number one concern now is the offensive line. Like the position coaches, it is a concern. Don't get me wrong. Like, I don't want to paint this picture that I'm going into this season with zero concern, but yeah, lots to kind of uncover as the offseason goes along. I'm with you there.
Yeah.
Another one from Ballpeen, buy, sell, hold. Given that the beginning of the schedule is so much easier, it could give a false sense of security in a new defensive scheme, causing the defense to falter when playing more difficult opponents. Potentially, I'll say this, Ballpeen, and I obviously can't claim this for my own, but this is something that Brian has talked about on the show before too. The season that I would draw a comparison back to is 2014, when they started out the world on fire. But Brian said that at that point in time, he said that he saw the writing on the wall of like, hey, there are things that they're doing on film that will just once teams get film on it, they're not going to have much more success. Where I see this being a little bit different is for the fact that now there is an entire season now, like teams like, I guess, who did they play down the stretch? Pitt is a perfect example. Pitt saw what Notre Dame's defense did to Arkansas. They saw what Notre Dame put on film against USC and Boston College, and they still didn't have success moving the ball on Notre Dame. So I get where you're coming from. This is a sell for me. Just with Ash going into year 2, the level of talent on the defensive roster and on the depth chart, like it's just it's a valid concern, but I don't think that it's going to be too much of a big deal. So that's how I see this one. Got one in here from Sing Kevin. Buy, sell, hold. By the end of the 2026 season, Chris Ash will be an excellent defensive coordinator. I mean, I'm going to hope so here, Sing Kevin. I mean, a lot of what Notre Dame's hopes are for this upcoming season, they do fall on the shoulders of Chris Ash. It's the offensive line and how the defense shows up this year. What version of Chris Ash are we going to get? I'm more under the impression that we're going to see the version of Chris Ash that we saw for the final 7 games, really kind of like final 8 games or so, not the first 2.5, because there's a bigger sample size of this defense having success. But the opportunity is on the table for him, for me to look at it. Like, if we've said this on shows before, if Chris Ash ends his season and he's a Broyles Award candidate, Notre Dame's going to play for a national title. But that's kind of what's at stake for him. And now going into year 2, he has to remake and play a big hand in remaking the defensive coaching staff. So that's how I view this one, Sean. I'm going to hope by it because if it comes to fruition, this team is going to be nasty.
I think Chris Ash has a lot to prove, Trev. Still, even the way they turn things around at the end of the year, there is speculation of what happened, what triggered it. Was it really his genius, or was it collaborative? There's really no excuses. It's crazy to say. Usually you give a new staff a longer leash. The expectations are way too high for these new coaches to come in and to have long leashes. Like, no. You don't have time to become acclimated. It's a leave, no doubt, championship or bust season that has been magnified by a lot of off-season stuff and conversations and attention that have absolutely nothing to do with what's going to happen on the football field. Like, you're stepping into a powder keg as an assistant coach right now, bro. Like, forget who you're replacing, the shadow they cast, just the overall narrative behind this season and the expectations for it. Yeah, you need to come in and produce immediately. Your group needs to be ready to go immediately and needs to play at a high level immediately. And 100%. That expectation sits on the shoulders of Chris Ash. Okay, these are your guys. These coaches are your guys that you either had a voice in making sure that they became a part of the staff, or you have a previous relationship with and you vouch for them. Okay? And it's your second year, you better be excellent. You better be excellent at 100%. What you do. You better be, or it's going to be a really good problem.
Yep. It kind of falls in line with Kevin's next submission. By the end of the 2026 season, Chris Ash will be viewed as an excellent defensive coordinator by a preponderance of Notre Dame fans. I mean, again, I'm going to hope by it, because if that comes true, then this is the defense that we expected to see last year for the entirety of last year. I'm hoping that comes to fruition. I really do. So that's where I'm at. Because love it or hate it, Notre Dame's not winning a national championship without Chris Ash being at his best.
Yeah.
They're not. Like whether you're one of those fans that is just blindly willing to believe that the entire defense was just who they were from Arkansas on, or if you're one of the fans that only believes that this defense was just who they were against Miami or Texas A&M. Fact of the matter is, in 2026, Notre Dame doesn't win a national championship without their defensive coordinator being at his best, and that's what they need. That's how I'm looking at this one, man.
And I think being excellent, we focus on the X's and O's. Being excellent is making sure the right guys are on the field for the first snap.
100%. But I get that completely. From T Pines 02, Biso Holden, Aneyas Williams will begin the season leading in carries, but Kedron Young will eventually get the bulk of the carries as the season progresses. Yeah, this is something that we've talked about before, like playing out the scenario that Aneyas Williams might end the season with the most total touches, but Kedron Young leads the room in just rushing attempts. I could absolutely see something like that. As a short yardage goal line guy, a lot of that is obviously going to depend on the health of Kedron and where he's at, but yeah, I'll buy this as a possibility. I could definitely see something like this playing out.
It's a full go buy for me. Absolutely.
I know who you're excited to see in the spring. Big old number 21 back there. Yep. I get it. I get it completely. Here we go. Start bench cut from T Pines. Ian Book, Everett Golson, Malik Zaire. What do you got on this one, Sean?
First of all, you guys are not going to get me in trouble. You're not going to have me having a host with an angry co-host. But no, I've told him this face to his face. It's Ev. I'm starting Ev. I'm benching Malik, and I'm cutting Ian Book.
Yeah, I'm in the same order. I'm absolutely in the same order as you. Hopefully that doesn't impede my chances of getting on Lucky Lefty with you and Malik at some point in the future. But no, man, I'm with you. I'm with you there.
No, he is. He'll tell you. Ev is his. Everett Golson is his OG. Like he vouches. He said the worst thing that happened. He would tell you the worst thing that ever happened was Ev getting suspended. He was like, it impacted the program in ways that people don't even realize. So, yeah, he's the guy. We need Ev to come out of hiding too, man. Notre Dame fans would love to see him.
Yeah, 100%.
Hope he's doing well.
Biso hold from Cincy Brian. Biso hold these actors: Denzel Washington, Leonardo DiCaprio, Tom Hanks. I think I'm going to buy Denzel, hold Tom Hanks, sell Leo DiCaprio. That's probably the order that I would go in. What about you, Sean?
I'm definitely buying Denzel. I have a lot of respect for Leo and Tom. Man, Tom has some block butts. Woo.
Yep.
Even going back to like the movie Big. You ever seen the movie Big?
I love that movie.
I love that movie, man. Oh, that's a great movie. Even going back when he did Bosom Buddies on TV. Yeah, I would have to buy Denzel, hold Tom Hanks, and sell Leonardo DiCaprio. And I know that sounds crazy.
Yeah.
To sell him DiCaprio.
The separator for me, bro, was the fact that Tom Hanks did an entire movie where his co-star was basically a volleyball. Like that's the one that sets it over the top for me.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, that alone. But definitely tough. That's a good one, Cincy Brian. Yeah, in a perfect world, Justin N.D. Sniper said it. I mean, in a world, he buys all of them. You know, I get that. From Akshat Shakar, Biso hold Notre Dame's offensive line posts a second consecutive sub-20 sack season. Yeah, I would buy that. Some of my biggest grievance with the offensive line outside of the first game against Miami, which I guess it's kind of tough to say outside of the best pass rushing team you faced, but my biggest gripe was the consistency in the run game. One week you look like you did against USC against a long, big front like that. I mean, you're going up against guys like Cameron Ball and Ian Gefford, and you're getting a good push off the line in that game. But then you're telling me you can't get a push against Boston College's front in the run game. So it was stuff like that that was frustrating. But yeah, I'll buy that. Plus, the thing that we've talked about a lot here too is CJ Carr's going into year 2 of the system, and he's going to get smarter with what to do with the football. So that's also going to play a factor. So yeah, that's a buy for me for sure.
Yeah, it's a buy for me as well.
Then Clemson's long-term prospects are being underrated, even if Dabo leaves.
I mean, that's a program that has had, if you look at it historically, they've had really good runs where coaches have come in, even Danny Ford, when he came back in. It took him some years. He built up, won a national championship, and then things started to fade a little bit. I think the long-term prospects of Clemson, though, are pretty good because of the rise of high school football and the talent in the Carolinas.
Sure.
Because Notre Dame is definitely doing its best to mine the North Carolina football scene. And so because of where they are, and they have the DMV there close, from a recruiting standpoint, Clemson's always going to be in pretty good shape. Long term.
Yep. I'm with you.
I actually would buy that. Yeah.
Same page here. Then Beisel hold Ian Premer will be a starter on passing downs by the time Miami comes into town. I'm going to sell it, but I don't do it with a whole lot of conviction because I could absolutely see this happening. But if Cooper Flanagan is healthy, Jack Larson finally takes that step, you still have Ty Washington. Plus, I also think that Notre Dame is going to there's going to be a lot of receivers, a lot of mouths to feed at receiver. I would have a little bit more confidence in this if Ian Premer was an early enrollee. I would. But as things stand right now, I'm going to sell it. But the thing going for him is Jack Larson's a different body type. He's 6'3", he's 250. Cooper Flanagan and Ty Washington were used. I also don't sleep on James Flanagan either. Like, I think the biggest hurdle would be Premer passing up James Flanagan in year 2. Because if he just makes the normal freshman to sophomore jump, he's going to be a hard player to pass up. So, yeah, I think I'm going to sell it, but it wouldn't surprise me, Sean. It wouldn't.
I agree with you.
Another one from Akshat Shakar. Buy-sell hold. Ole Miss beats LSU in the Kiffin Bowl. I think I'm going to sell this. Yeah, I could. Ole Miss lost a lot, and we're going to finally find out what Pete Golding is as a head coach. Because for as impressive of what they did in the playoffs, and this is me assuming Trinidad Chambliss gets granted that extra year of eligibility, I still think it's LSU. Sean, do you know where that's being played? Is it in Death Valley or is it in Oxford?
I believe it's in Death Valley. They have an early line on their game too, Trev, over at FanDuel.
Oh, do they actually?
Yeah, it was one of the first early lines that came out, if I'm not mistaken.
They got Clemson at LSU. That's one of the early lines that came out, but I haven't seen the other one yet. You might be right. I might have to just go back through and do a little bit more digging. But yeah, I'm going to sell this though. I love the talent on LSU's roster. And Ole Miss lost a ton just from graduation, from the portal, the coaching switch up. So as of right now, I have the Tigers in this one. But again, like we talked about in the way too early, it's going to depend on a lot of LSU's offensive line and if they can perform. I have zero questions about their skilled talent. But if their offensive line can perform, I have LSU winning that one for sure. And then another one, bigger college football one. Buy-sell hold. Oregon and Ohio State's question marks in the trenches are being criminally under-discussed. To a degree, sure, but the questions are different. For Oregon, it's will you be able to replace? And I'm not. I would say more offensive line for Oregon, and then more defensive line for Ohio State. So I definitely think you're onto something here. But Ohio State returns 4 of their 5 starting offensive linemen. Now, I think it's fair to say what quality of player you're going to get from them, because their offensive line was not as strong point like it was in 2024. I think that's fair. Question marks on the defensive line, I think you absolutely have to raise those questions. Like, I know they got the Alabama pickups in Quay Russaw and Tim Smith. Be interested to see how that works out for him. Kenyatta Jackson coming back is big for that defense, but depth is a question there. And then for Oregon's offensive line, can you replace the starters? Because I'm pretty sure they bring back all 4 of their starting defensive linemen. So I don't have many questions about Oregon's D line, but big picture, I buy that. I do. There's a lot with Ohio State that people are just kind of ranking them number 1 in their way too early because Jeremiah Smith and Julian Sain and Bo Jackson come back. But I do have questions about their defensive line. I do.
Yeah, and they got the Georgia portal commits along the defensive line. Ohio State did. I'll be honest, man. Oregon does a pretty good job of putting together a decent defensive line. They do a pretty good job. It's just amazing that as good as they've been recruiting over the last 6 years, they keep hitting us. It's almost like they've peaked as a program, Trev.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't know what it's going to take in order for them to kind of like break through that glass ceiling. Like, but yeah, I agree. Yeah. They both have questions in those areas.
For sure. Buy so hold from Domer from the boot. The Notre Dame Athletics promo featuring BK saying, "Get that chocolate milk" was enjoyable at the time. I'll be honest, I don't even know what that is.
I don't remember that. Yeah.
I will, I guess, take your word for it. That's interesting.
Crazy. That sounds crazy.
Yeah, I don't really know. Yeah, I'm gonna just leave it at that. I don't really know what the point of that was supposed to be. If it was that's okay. And then by so hold, Trinidad Chambliss lawsuit with the NCAA helped Onye receive a 6th year. I mean, potentially. I don't know a whole lot about Trinidad Chambliss's lawsuit. I mean, I'll just say this: Onye has already received his 6th year, and Trinidad Chambliss is still up in the air. Correct? Like his hasn't been settled. So I guess that's where I'm at. Sean, I don't know if you have any more insight about everything going on with Trinidad Chambliss, but I mean,
no,
it might have potentially.
I think it's surrounded by, centered around, shall I say, the red shirt year at a lower division, and of course being in the midst of COVID as well. I think that Jason Onye, I remember I had a phone conversation with Brian, and I said, I think Jason Onye has totally different circumstances. And I think Notre Dame is going to do a good job of supporting his reasons why he feels like he deserves a 6th year. And I think it was abnormal circumstances outside of just, I didn't play this many games, red shirt here. It was totally different. And for that, I kind of felt that the NCAA would be favorable towards him. So I don't see the connection between those two. So I would sell that.
I'm with you. And then Al Washington was an elite run-stopping coach and good pass rush coach. Charlie Partridge will be an elite pass rushing coach and bring the D-line to another level. I guess a couple of things. I would push back on the fact that he was an elite run-stopping coach. Like Al Washington had been the defensive line coach at Notre Dame, I think, since, the last 5 seasons? I believe, and Notre Dame became like a really good team against the run in 2025. I think that was more of the Chris Ash effect than it was, because Al Golden went on record multiple times and said, "Hey, like stopping the run is not a top priority for us." Not that they wanted to be 100th in the country, but they didn't have to be top 10, I suppose. But I'm going to hope by the second part of just being an elite pass rushing coach. I mean, look, I can't say that Al Washington was just good at coaching up. Notre Dame finished the season with 285 total pressures in 12 games, which led the country at the end of the regular season. Out of those 285 total pressures, 206 of them came from the D line. So I don't want to paint this picture that he was fine at coaching up a pass rush, but elite at stopping the run. So I guess by and large, I'm selling this, but I will say I hope Partridge is able to elevate both levels, because that's the expectation. We said it last week. Al Washington, when he took over, this was a top 25 defensive line. When he left, they were a top 10. But to win a national championship, you need a top 5. And hopefully Charlie Partridge can close that gap and raise Notre Dame's level of play. That's how I see that one.
I agree.
From BK's publicist, Buy So Hold, with the added depth in the receiver room through the portal guys in their third year like Cam Williams and Micah Gilbert, and possible rising sophomores, the Irish will have enough to play 7 or more receivers in meaningful minutes this season, without injuries, of course.
7 stretching it, right? Without injuries?
Yeah, that would be tough. I know in a perfect world, Mike Brown has said before that he wants a 6-man receiver rotation. I mean, shoot, last year it got cut down to 4. So I'm going to sell this. You have enough guys to play 7, and you have enough talent to play 7. The list goes on and on and on. But you also need to have somewhat of a continuity with CJ. Like, I don't know if the expectation is CJ builds a relationship with 9 different guys on the off chance that they play 9 receivers against Miami or BYU. I think 6 is a solid number, but they definitely have the talent in the room to go past 6. That's for sure. And then another one from BK's publicist, Buy So Hold, Cam Williams will be the starting boundary come the fall. His talent and progression will finally come through. Get over Gilbert and Porter.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead. And I'm a Chicago dude. I'm going to sell this. I'm going to sell it. I'm just going to sell it. You're talking about 2 prototypical boundary guys that are big, really what you like in a boundary. I'm not saying that he doesn't have the talent. He's probably the more explosive of the 3. He's the most explosive. Out of those 3, he's probably more explosive. But yeah, I just think you get a kid like Porter to leave Ohio State, he's going to get an early look.
Look, I have all the confidence in the world in Cam Williams' talent, but I need to see him play in some meaningful minutes. Like, let's not forget, Micah Gilbert caught CJ Carr's first career touchdown pass on the road in Miami. Like, I need to see Cam Williams kind of break through that rotation first before I say, hey, move over. He's going to be a starter. Does he have the talent to do that? 100% he does. But the onus is on Cam Williams and then Mike Brown to continue to develop him. That's going to be huge. Definitely going to be huge. From Grateful and Thankful JS, Buy So Hold, if all coordinator positions were open and 3 names of Brian Van Gorder, Charlie Molnar, and Brian Polian included him, since I just watched Brian Mason special teams in 2022. They must be hired, place them in a Buy So Hold. So it's basically buy one, sell one, hold one of Brian Van Gorder, Charlie Molnar, and Brian Polian.
Can we sell all of them?
I was about to say, I mean, I guess I'll answer this in the same way I answered a question about the playoffs in last Buy So Hold. I would buy Brian Van Gorder a ticket out of South Bend. I would hold off on interviewing Charlie Molnar, and I would just sell Brian Polian as special teams coach.
I'll rock with you, Trev. I'll rock with you.
Yep, that's how I got to answer that one. From Adam G 1274, Buy So Hold, Notre Dame can go 9-3 this year with only their backups playing?
That backup quarterback.
That'd be the biggest thing.
I was about to say last year, I would definitely say about this, but
yeah, the game out in Provo would be rough. Home against Miami would be, because you'd be going with a redshirt freshman that virtually played. And I'm very high on Blake Hebert, but he is not where CJ Carr was at as a redshirt freshman. He's not. And that's assuming Blake Hebert ends up being the backup. It could be one of Noah Grubbs, who's an incoming freshman, or Teddy Gerard, who should be a senior in high school in 2026. So I'm going to sell that, but it's definitely possible. I mean, they might just run the ball 50 times, but it's possible. And then if Brian Kelly never left for LSU, he would have had another 4-8 type of season by now and been fired. I'm trying to think of like their schedules that have kind of gone through. I don't know, because a lot of that 4-8 season went into the retention of Brian Van Gorder. And since then, since BVG, Brian Kelly hired Mike Elko, Clark Lee, and Marcus Freeman. So I'm going to sell it. I don't know if he would have that type of season by now. Now, I don't think that they make a run to the national championship game, but I don't know if they're not bowl eligible. You know what I'm saying, Sean? That's how I look at that. That's a sell for me.
Yeah, I sell with you.
And then from Eddie82, buy, sell, hold. Asked this last week, and you deferred until the new DB coach was hired. So I'll ask again. Notre Dame will get 2 or more picks against Bear, Bachmeier, and Provo in October. Actually, I think I remember that question, Eddie, and I think it was just about the room in its entirety. I'm still selling it. For me personally, it's too early to predict what this team is going to do in every individual game, DB coach or not. I mean, it's hard for me to predict that. Is it possible? Sure, it's possible, but I guess hold, because I can't definitively sell it, but I'm not at the point yet where I'm ready to buy it. So it's a hold for me. Sean, do you see it the same?
I'm going to show a lot of respect for Bear Bachmeier, who Notre Dame actually looked at coming out of high school. He is 20th in QBR last year as a true freshman. He's a true freshman, right? Because of the situation, the way it went down with their starting quarterback being kicked out of school. He comes in as a true freshman and leads that team. And I think you saw his weaknesses when he faced Texas Tech. They were able to really take away the run game and force him to beat them through the air, and he just wasn't capable at that point. I think he's going to be more formidable through the air next year. Does he make the same mistakes? Probably not. But once again, Eddie 82, if they stop the run and make him one-dimensional, that still probably would be the strength of his game. So I'll hold on this one because it's possible. It's possible.
100%. And then buy, sell, hold again from Eddie82. By the end of the season, Ian Premer will be the only true freshman getting meaningful snaps as a rotational player on offense, i.e. no other true freshman in the 2 deep on offense.
I disagree. I think one of the freshman running backs have a chance to get meaningful snaps during the season.
Yeah.
I think Jonas Walton has a chance. I mean, both of them actually, to get in that rotation.
Yep. And I also wouldn't sleep on Caden Finley in the boundary either. Like, he's one of those, what do you like to call him, Sean? Like ready to go?
Ready
already
to go.
Put together. Mm-hmm.
Plug and play. Let's get it.
Yep. 100%. And then another one from Eddie. Notre Dame will have less than 5 special teams touchdowns in 2026. 5 is the number of special teams touchdowns in 25. 2 Jadarian Price kickoff return touchdowns, 2 block punts, and then 1 fake punt against Stanford. Burnham to Talich. We'll have less than. For now, yeah. I think for now I'm going to buy it because I don't know whoever you put back at kick return. I don't know if they're going to be what JD was in 2025. And then the special teams touchdown against Stanford, I just don't know if this offense this year will need to run a fake punt on their own, whatever it was, 20-some-odd or 16-yard line against Stanford to score a touchdown. So I'm going to sell it for now, but who knows? Maybe they just have a super dynamic returner. Or they block a bunch of punts. Who knows? There's always tricks up the sleeve. I sell it, but not with a lot of conviction.
They always seem to find a way in special teams, though.
Don't they?
They seem to find a way.
I also wouldn't have had it pegged that, Jaden Harrison was going to house one from 99 against Georgia in the Sugar Bowl, but that happened too. So this is one I very well could be wrong on. From Domer Grizz, Bisa Hold, the 2026 roster is upgraded compared to 25. Okay, so from a depth perspective, overall on the roster, top to bottom, I'm buying this because I'm thinking of every position. I mean, you could make a 4 deep with how many offensive linemen are on the roster. It's still crazy to me that no offensive linemen hit the transfer portal. I think the receiver depth this year is a lot better. No, you don't have a Jeremiah Love or a Jadarian Price, but you still have a stable of running backs who are all going to be productive. CJ Carr goes into year 2. I think the outlook on the tight end room this year is better than what it was last year. So that's the offense. Defensively, your defensive tackle rotation is deeper and it's bigger. Your ends are more experienced. You lose Josh Burnham, you replace him with Keon Keeley, and at the top you have junior year version of Bryce Young and Boubacar Traore, another year removed from that knee injury. You didn't lose a single linebacker in your rotation from 2025. And your secondary is deeper. So, yeah, I mean, overall, and I know that's tough to say when you lose guys like Jeremiah Love and JD and Malachi Fields and Will Pauling, who was a captain, but overall, I'm actually going to buy that. What about you, Sean?
This is a really good question. Like I said, top end, I probably would take 2025. But overall depth, 26. Man. Would I rather have the top end guys or just the overall depth? I think when you get to, you know what? Yeah, I'll go with that. I'll buy it. Yeah, I'll just go with the overall roster. Yep.
I'm with you. And then another one from Dumber Grizz. If the linebacker coach ends up being a home run hire and we don't lose anyone else, the 2026 coaching staff will ultimately be upgraded compared to 2025. That's a sell for me. I have a lot of faith in Aaron Henry and the job that he's going to do coming in as defensive backs coach. Just right now, it's tough for me to say that Notre Dame's coaching staff loses Mike Mickens and Max Bola and Al Washington, and it's an upgrade. Is there a world where that happens? Yeah. But Mike Mickens alone carries a lot of weight. I think that he was the best defensive backs coach in college last year, and I don't know if it's relatively close. So, yeah, that's going to be a sell for me. That's tough. Yeah, that'd be really tough.
I'm right there with you.
Yep. And then from God Country Notre Dame Barbecue, buy, sell, hold. There is an argument to be made that a player coming out of a place like Notre Dame can be more prepared for the NFL due to the grind they had in the classroom and on the field during their time in South Bend. Because of this, NFL coaches and GMs would draft a Notre Dame kid over a state school kid if everything else was basically equal in their eyes.
Well, I say this all the time. I've heard from executives and scouts that they're always amazed that when they get Notre Dame kids into camp, how quickly they acclimate. For a lot of other players, being professional and doing things the right way, it takes a little bit of time. And a lot of times what causes Notre Dame players to have an advantage when they get into NFL camps is they hit the ground running. And maybe it is because of, what God Country Notre Dame Barbecue is talking about here. Maybe that is an impact that Notre Dame has for these players. But I think the flip side, there are narratives out there about Notre Dame that a lot of Notre Dame players kind of shatter. The athleticism, Notre Dame is slow. I think people kind of still grab hold to that. And I think when they get these kids into camp and they start to see them actually play the game, because when you play the game, Trev, it ain't about the stopwatch, brother. The stopwatch goes away once you start hiking the ball and popping pads. It's like, how fast do you run now? Right? So I think Terrell Davis ran a 4.7. I rarely saw Terrell Davis get caught from behind.
Right.
When he got out in the open field. You know what I'm saying? So I think, yeah, that is part of it.
To your point, it's a factor for sure, but it's definitely not completely squashed. Xavier Watts was a 3rd-round pick and went after guys like Malachi Starks.
Yep.
What'd Xavier Watts do this year? You know what I mean? Ben Morrison, I understand the hip injury, but he still fell to the 2nd round. He was starting for the Bucks by the end of the season. So I would say this, God Country Notre Dame Barbecue, I would say that it depends on the position group. I think that offensive line has kind of proved itself. Like, I think that they would be willing to draft a Notre Dame offensive lineman for the prestige that they've put on at the next level. But I think DB will kind of be that next domino to fall, especially with what Cam Hart's doing, what BMO did, what Harrison Smith did, what Kyle Hamilton and Alohi Gilman are currently doing. So what Julian Love's getting ready to play in the Super Bowl. So I definitely think that narrative is starting to change for certain positions. But by and large, I mean, not necessarily. So that's where I'm at. Getting into part 5 of the Irish Breakdown podcast brought to you by our friends over at FanDuel. We got the buy-sell hold going on, and we have our guy Donnie Moe getting us kicked off here in part 5. Using the horizontal passing game to replace dedicated perimeter runs was largely a failed experiment. Big picture to a degree, Donnie, but one of the things that I don't love about what they did in the horizontal passing game is it was all started stationary. Like, I don't mind horizontal passing game if you're getting people out on bubbles or tunnel screens. They ran a bunch of tunnel screens to Jaden Greathouse in 2024 against Florida State, ate them up. What I didn't like, though, is you're getting your dynamic playmaking weapons the ball stationary. Like you're getting Jordan Faison on now screens. I don't like that as much as if you're getting him on a bubble or if you're getting him on a, like a glance route or something like that. So I don't want to call it failed by any means. I just think that they need to switch it up. But with that being said, I would also like to see significantly more perimeter runs. We talked about that last week. More crack tosses, more outside zone, things like that. So to a degree, yes. And for the love of all things holy, I would love to see one of Jordan Faison or Mylan Graham or Bubba Frazier or Elijah Burris or any one of those guys just hit them on a quick jet sweep, something, get the defense looking horizontally, to your point. But I wouldn't go as far to say it was a failed experiment. So overall, it's a sell, but there's things that it can be improved on for sure. From H Fork L7, buy sell hold. How to make Notre Dame Stadium a tougher place to play. Lower ticket prices and increase the size of the stadium seat count and better team performance at home. I mean, I think that's probably the last part carries the weight for that. Like, Notre Dame is not a tough place to play, or isn't how do I word it? Notre Dame is not a tough place to play because they don't seat as much as Beaver Stadium or the Horseshoe or the Big House or Bryant-Denny. Like there's been some former college football players that have gone back and said, like players that played in the Big Ten and in the SEC, that they said one of the harder places that they've played before has been Notre Dame Stadium. Now, a lot of those games have been at night and they're high octane games. You know, USC at night in 23, Ohio State at home at night in 23, things like that. But I mean, lower ticket prices, sure. But I think the biggest thing is better team performance at home. I mean, Marcus Freeman is 1-3 in home openers, with the only win coming against Tennessee State. You got to start off on a hot note. You know, like if one thing that I will give Brian Kelly a lot of credit for is in the bulk of his tenure, Notre Dame was like, I'm talking like from like the mid 20 teens, you know, like 2011, especially 2012 up to like 2021. Notre Dame was a very hard place to play at. They just didn't lose at home. Rarely did they. But you got to start out better. You got to start out on a better note. So I'm buying because of what you said, better team performance at home. Lower ticket prices would help, but you don't need a 100,000 seat stadium to make it a tough place to play. You just don't. That's how I look at that, Sean.
I watched Gary Barnett, Randy Walker turn Northwestern's home stadium into a tough place to play.
Yep.
So yeah, I agree with you. It's about the team performance, right? Because middle of the 90s, 94 through 98, teams had a tough time playing Northwestern on the road. So I agree.
From Reese's Crist, buy, sell, hold. The defense this year will be more similar in style to the end of last year than the beginning. I sure as heck hope so. I mean, if you're talking similar style as in like aggression and more of a pass rush and letting those guys pin their ears back, then yeah. I mean, absolutely. There's still going to be bad calls.
Do you think the defensive line could dictate that if they're more up the field defensive line?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Like to your point that you said earlier, I think Notre Dame's defense this year will be a lot more front to back than back to front. Like that's going to be huge for this unit. And I love what they have coming back and what they brought in on the defensive line. So I do think it's going to be a similar style this year. And honestly, I would take it a step further and say it better be, because Chris Ash now has a sample size of what worked with the guys coming back. Your entire linebacker rotation comes back. Your 2 starting edges come back. Jason Onye, one of your starting interior defensive linemen, come back. So in your front 7, Notre Dame returned, I'm front 6, front 7, whatever you want to call it. But they returned 2 of their starting linebackers from this past season, and Jaden Osbury and Drake Bowen, and they returned Boubacar, Bryce Young, and now Jason Onye. And they're probably going to replace Jared Dawson with Francis Brew. That's a pretty good spot. So, yeah, that is a buy for me. It's definitely a hope buy for me. And then Joe Rudolph finally gets production to match potential with a Joe Moore finalist offensive line. I mean, again, it's a hope buy, but it's one of those where I got to see it. I mean, yeah, I guess if I got to see it, I mean, it's a sell then. I mean, honestly, you know what I'm saying? Because, like, the next time Joe Rudolph does that will be the first time he did that as Notre Dame's offensive line coach, I would argue. That's where I'm at, Sean.
You said it. I didn't. But I back you up, though.
Appreciate you, dog. Oh, man. And then here we go. A little stadium action. Buy, sell, hold. Soldier Field, Wrigley Field, Assembly Hall. So
I'm going to buy guaranteed rate field. I'm a Southsider. I don't do Wrigley Field, first of all. So I dare not put Wrigley Field anyone.
Okay.
I buy guaranteed rate because it's got the best food in all the Major League Baseball. And then I hold Assembly Hall because that's where my Illini play. And I've never been to Soldier Field in my life for NFL game. I've been there for a Notre Dame game. So I have to sell Soldier Field. So I buy guaranteed rate, hold Assembly Hall, and sell Soldier Field.
Fair enough. I have never been to any of those three, so thank goodness you were on the show with me today.
Yeah,
appreciate you
like
as
a
always.
True White Sox, like a true White Sox fan. I refuse to put Wrigley Field in it.
I respect that. Okay. Then another one from Reese's Chris. Biso hold. Marcus Freeman learns from his mistakes at the beginning of last year and fixes the early season preparation and new coach leeway.
Look, guys, there's really nothing to learn from Marcus Freeman to learn, man. He has a quarterback coming back. Watch how I'm just going to step out on a limb and say he has a returning quarterback that's pretty darn good. And the start to the season, along with the schedule, is going to change things. And we're going to sit here and say, man, what did Marcus Freeman figure out? He had a quarterback coming back and a softer schedule.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. But the change on the defensive staff is a challenge. That all three levels, you lose the coaches in one off season. That's a challenge. That is a challenge. But for the most part, he has filled vacancies with pretty good hires for the most part.
Yeah.
So
I'm with that.
Yeah,
I'm with that. From the Immaculate Extension, Biso hold. Notre Dame is more or equally as talented at every offensive, defensive, and special teams position than the previous year's roster. No, that's a sell. I mean, it's honestly more so offense. It is. Some of it, like, especially, look, let's just be real about something. Running back, it's no contest. But it isn't. And that's not a shot at the guys coming back. It's just no running back room in the country has a Jeremiah Love coming back. Like, I know Ahmad Hardy comes back at Missouri. I know Kawan Lacey comes back at Ole Miss, who won the Doak Walker Award for the best running back in college football in 2025. It's Jeremiah Love. So no team has that coming back. At the boundary, I'm excited to see Quincy Porter. I'm excited to see what Micah Gilbert or potentially Cam Williams can do, or Caden Finley. Are they Malachi Fields in his, fourth or fifth year of college football? Probably not right away. So, no, at every position on offense, defense, special teams, that's a sell. At the majority, potentially. Like, I think they're going to be better at right tackle. They have the potential to be better at left guard. Big shoes to fill. But maybe. Tight end, maybe. Running back, no. Boundary receiver, no. So, no, overall, it's a sell. And then Notre Dame will experiment with more odd fronts this year.
I don't know. See, that's tricky, Trev. Right? Is a bare front considered an odd front? It is an odd number.
I'm not sure. I would assume so. Yeah, I would assume so.
I mean, who knows, man? You have a talent like KVA, to get him on the edge one-on-one. Yeah, I can see those packages.
I'm going to sell it because of KVA's injury. Like, in him coming back. So I don't know if you're going to see more than what you did this past season. Like, I know Jalen Sneed comes back, but KVA is a complete edge rusher from the linebacker position. And I don't know how much they're going to be asking him to do that when he gets back. You know what I'm saying? And especially with the edge rotation of Boubacar, Bryce Young, Keon Keeley, and Logan Thomas, and that doesn't even factor in Ebenezer Utade or Rodney Dunham. I don't know how much you're going to want to take one of them off the field. You know what I'm saying? Now, They could do something to where they move Bryce Young inside and keep like one of Onye or Brew on the field and then move up a linebacker. I could see that potentially, but I don't know if they're going to do that until KVA is completely healthy. So I'm going to sell it, but it wouldn't surprise me if I was wrong there. But yeah, it's definitely, it definitely could. Then Notre Dame and Miami has a strong chance of being a top 5 matchup on November 7th. Yeah.
Yeah. If you think Notre Dame's schedule is soft according to everybody, look at that Miami schedule. It is, they're basically cakewalking to each other on that first Saturday in November. Like that game more than likely will mean a lot to both teams. So I buy that.
Have you seen Miami's schedule? Like the days that they're playing? It's
yeah, it's crazy. It's weird.
Like,
it's crazy. Yeah.
I think the first 3 weeks they start out playing like Friday, Thursday, Friday. Like I think Miami doesn't have a game on a Saturday until like September 26th. It's something wild. Like it's yeah, I'm not really sure what the intention was there, but thought that was interesting. But I'm with you. I'm buying this one as well. And then grubbing up Heisman by so hold, Purdue has cemented its place as the ultimate little brother program in college athletics. I mean, athletics as a whole, no. I mean, football, potentially. I mean, their basketball team's like, what, top 10 in the country right now and have been the entire season? So I don't know if, I mean, look, I know some people aren't going to like this, but in the state of Indiana, like in basketball, Indiana is more Purdue's little brother than the other way around. I think IU just won, but like as far as overall success of the programs, like I mean, yeah, I can't say that in college athletics, so it's a sell. Football, sure, yeah, yeah, football for sure, but I don't know about that. And then another NFL question here, Sean. The 2004 Colts offense was the greatest offense ever. Manning had a 9.9 touchdown pass percentage with everyone above him coming from 1961 or before.
I'm just asking. Was the offense better than his first year out there in Denver? That
I don't
was a
think so.
historic offense as well.
Yeah, it was. Like I would sell that for I mean, just without doing a whole lot of research, another offense that Peyton Manning was on. Like it set the record for like yards and points, didn't it? Like yeah, that's a sell for me without doing too much research. There's a couple of other ones that I could think of too. I mean, the '07 Patriots offense was also nuts. I mean, Tom Brady, Randy Moss, Dante Stallworth, Wes Welker. That one was pretty crazy too. So there's a lot up there though in contention. But the greatest offense ever, I'm sure Brian was on this show. I'm sure there is a Broncos offense from the 90s that he would also put in contention with this, and probably rightfully so from everything that he's told me about that Broncos team in the 90s. So, yeah, it's probably a sell for me.
Yeah.
From West ND fan, by so hold, one of the Ohio State wide receiver transfers will have 70 receptions or 900 receiving yards.
I'm gonna sell until I have to see it. I have to see it at Notre Dame before I can buy it.
Yeah, I'm with that too. Like I'm very excited on the upside of Quincy Porter and Mylan Graham coming in. With that being said, they have like a combined career like 14 catches. It would take a lot for me to see one of them go from like 9 career catches to 70. It's possible. I don't want to say that it's not, but yeah, it's a sell for me as well. And then from Irish, by so hold, Coach Freeman's uncertain future at Notre Dame will impact the 2027 recruiting class negatively.
maybe there are some recruits that ask him questions like that, or some parents, but I'm sure Coach Freeman is going to tell them, like, I'm here. I'm sure he's not going to tell the recruit, well, it depends in the off season. I'm the head coach in Notre Dame, and I'm sure that's how he's going to sell Notre Dame, right?
Yeah, I'm with that too. Marcus Freeman said this when he got hired, but he's bigger than, or Notre Dame is bigger than everybody. Like Notre Dame is not just Marcus Freeman, and he's done a really good job of selling the school. Like not just himself. He's definitely a player's coach, and he builds great relationships, and his players love playing for him, obviously. But athletes aren't coming to Notre Dame just for Marcus Freeman. You know what I'm saying? Like it's the opportunities that the school gives you, all that stuff.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's how I view that one. From buy so hold from in lieu of whiskey holds my beer. Okay,
I like that. I like
that too. You can overturn the result of one game in Notre Dame's favor by you can keep the result of one, which is a hold. And one of them, the Irish will lose by 30 instead of the actual result, which is a sell, altering history forever. Okay, so the 3 games in contention, we have Notre Dame versus USC in 2005, the Bush Push, Notre Dame versus Alabama in 2012, the national championship, Notre Dame versus Ohio State in 2025, the national championship. Oh, boy.
Well, the buy is easy. Buy is the 25 national championship.
Yeah. God, the other one you lose by 30. Okay.
Okay. I'll hold the Bush Push, and heck, Alabama was just a better team, so I don't mind losing that one by 30 because it just is what it is. They're just a better team. Heck,
well, I mean, let's be real.
By 30,
they lost by 28. Sean, I was about to say, like, I can suffer them losing by 2 more points. Like, I already suffered. That 2 points isn't going to make me feel any better, bro.
Exactly.
Yep. No, I get you. Yeah, I get you. I would have the exact same order. I would buy the 2025 Natty. I would hold the Bush Push, and then I would sell the 2012 national championship.
See, I thought about buying the Bush Push, but that team would have gotten crushed by Vince Young in Texas. So I'll take the for sure national championship. Because if they beat USC, they probably end up playing Texas in the national championship game.
Yep.
They probably get crushed. So give me the championship in 25.
Yep. Agreed. Then another one from in lieu of whiskey holds my beer. One of these, the Irish will instead win by 30, which is a buy. One of the results will hold. And then one of them, the Irish will lose instead of the actual results sell. Again, altering history forever. So a buy is win by 30 points. Hold is the result is the exact same. And then the sell is that they just lose. Notre Dame versus Miami, 1988, Catholics versus convicts. Notre Dame versus Florida State, 1993, game of the century. Then Notre Dame versus West Virginia, 1988, which is lose championship.
Okay. This is actually easier.
I'm kind of, yeah.
I'm going to sell Notre Dame, Florida State. I'm going to sell that. Give me yes. Beating Miami by 30 would have been glorious. If they had won that game by 30. Ooh, yes. I'll buy that. I'll buy that. You're right. I sell the Florida State game because they lost to Boston College anyway. So it's like, all right. just sell that one off. And we got screwed in the polls, so sell that one.
Yep, we have the same order. Definitely have the same order there.
Hold the national championship. Hold the national championship.
Then here we go. You are a fit and in good shape 23-year-old college graduate and are looking to join the military via officer candidate school. You can take any career path or position that you would like. So buy one, buy one, hold three, sell one, each branch, and why. Oh gosh.
I can't do that. I have family members in these branches, man. You're not trying to get me in trouble.
Yeah. I mean, Army, Navy, Marine Corps, Air Force, plus the Space Force, and then the Coast Guard, submitted by a member of one. Choose carefully, all in good fun. Oh, gosh. Okay. Let me start off by saying I have the utmost respect for every branch of the U.S. military and those who elect to serve. And that is me being 100% serious. Without the fight that you guys put forward, we wouldn't be able to do what we get to do. So that being said, for me specifically, because I'm not going to try to paint this picture like I could have ever joined the military. There's a reason why I didn't, right? That being said, for things that I know on the outside, some reasons are a little bit more shallow than others. So for that, I apologize. I'd probably buy the Army. I'd probably hold the Navy just because I think taking a plane off of an aircraft carrier is dope. I would probably also hold the Coast Guard just because I think that might be the one that I might make it through the most. I'd probably have to sell the Marines because I just don't think I would be cut out to be a Marine. You know what I mean? Like that training's whole next level. So that's probably where I'm at. I guess sell the Air Force and the Space Force if those have to be tied together. That's probably where I'm at, Sean. I guess. Sounds like you're pleading the fifth on this one.
No, I'm going to have fun with it, right?
Okay.
I'm a huge Top Gun fan, so I'm buying Navy. I'm a huge Top Gun fan, so I'll buy Navy. After that, I'll go Army. Because if Army and Navy have to be right there. For me, it's like, I could flip-flop Army and Navy depending upon the day. But today, I'm just going to go from a movie standpoint, say Top Gun, I'll go Navy. And then I'll hold Army. I'll hold Marines. Air Force, Space Force, I really don't know much about. Coast Guard, they do a lot of things, especially international waters, bro. So I don't want to disrespect. I can't, first of all, I'm not going to disrespect any branches of them.
100%. Yeah.
Everybody else is a whole. That's how I'm going to do it. Everybody else is a whole.
Right on. Yeah, right on. Buy, sell, hold from Fat Fish, 90s rap groups, Wu-Tang, NWA, and Outkast, which I got to say, since Brian is at his dentist appointment or was at his dentist appointment, I know he is very, very upset that he cannot answer this question.
Oh, he would buy Wu-Tang in a heartbeat.
That's exactly what he did.
Absolutely.
What order do you think he went in? What order?
He went Wu-Tang, NWA, Outkast.
You flip NWA and Outkast, and you are correct.
Really? Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I knew Wu-Tang would definitely be first on this list.
Yep. I am going to buy NWA, hold Wu-Tang, and sell Outkast.
Okay. I am going to buy Outkast, hold Wu-Tang, and sell NWA.
Right on.
Yeah, I was too young. I was too young when NWA hit to like really gravitate to the content and the movement.
Yeah.
All I knew is, as a church kid, all I knew was like, good Lord. Every other word is like. So immediately I was just kind of like, closed off to it. And then eventually I was like, oh, okay, that's what they were talking about. That's what they were trying to say. Okay.
Yeah, and NWA is definitely what I've listened to the most. Yeah. Then another one from Fatfish, buy, sell, hold, what ifs. Pete Burchett gets the interception against Boston College. Urban Meyer takes the job in 2005, and Elko and Lee arrive in 2015 instead of 2017.
Oh, that's easy. Buy Burchett getting the interception. Shout out to my boy Pete. Still holding it down on Minnesota Vikings radio, but he's a local guy. Every now and then we'll chat. I know that still haunts him. He gets tired of hearing about it. So it really irritates him.
I bet.
When they bring it up, he's like, dude, I dropped it. But I know. I am holding on Elko and Lee arriving in 15 and selling Urban Meyer taking the 2005 job. Because I don't think Urban stays that long.
This is kind of the generational gap, I would say, in between me and some of the rest of Notre Dame's fan base. And I know it would get Notre Dame another national championship, most likely, if he caught that interception against Boston College. It's just I wasn't around for it. So in my eyes, it's like it'd be like the same of if an interception got dropped in 1979 and it would have given Notre Dame another natty. So for those reasons alone, I'm selling it. I understand it would give Notre Dame a 12th national title, but I would like to be a part of one. That's kind of how I look at this. And for those reasons, I'm going to buy Elko and Lee arriving in 2015 because that 2015 team, I think, could have done something if their defense was just not what it was. I really do. So I would buy Elko and Lee arriving in 2015. Actually, let me do this. Let me buy Elko and Lee arriving in 15. I would hold the Pete Burchett gets an interception against Boston College because I would still take a natty that I wasn't around for versus Urban Meyer taking the job in 2005 because I'm with you. I don't think he would view Notre Dame as a destination job.
No. And you have to, if he's stepping into, if 2005 Urban was dealing with the current administration and how they work with the football program, cool.
Sure.
If he was coming off of the reason they got rid of Lou Holtz, Bob Davie, and the limitations, and he had to deal with that, nah, I don't know if that would have been a good match.
I'm with you. Hopefully Notre Dame gets it done this year. Right now on FanDuel, they are still the favorites to win the national title this year, ahead of teams like Ohio State and all that. So here's hoping. Hopefully it comes soon. Then from Fat Fish, what player hurt the most decommitting secondary edition? Buy, sell, hold. Buy one, sell one, hold one. Ronald Darby, Ivan Taylor, Paulson Adebo.
I remember the Ronald Darby was a big deal, bro. I remember that national signing day. That was a huge deal when he decommitted. And it was in the midst of the team really getting to that point to where they were ready to challenge. I would go buy Darby because I covered it. Hold on Ivan Taylor and sell the Paulson Adebo. I think Adebo ended up at Stanford.
Right? Yes, sir. Okay. I'm with that order. From SCU Broncos by so hold, due to the revamped D-line dominating the offensive line, the backers will have a great year and Drake Bowen will win the Butkus Award. I'm a hope by that one.
Yeah, that's my boy. I'm fine. Drake winning the Butkus, that would be huge.
Yes.
That would put him in the man. I would love for that dude. I would love for Drake to be mentioned with Jalen Smith, Matt Tide.
Yep.
JOK.
Yeah.
JOK. Man, I would love that for him. You're talking about a kid that embodies Notre Dame. I would love for that kid to get that on the way out.
Yep.
Yeah.
100%. I'm with you
Thank
there.
you for putting SCU Broncos. Thank you for putting that in the atmosphere, man.
We need it. I would love it.
Yep.
Buy, sell, hold from Seth Clark 60. What is your favorite rivalry game to watch? Notre Dame versus USC, Notre Dame Miami, Notre Dame Navy.
Are we talking about as of today?
Probably just in general, I would assume.
Okay. But for me, it would probably, you know what? Yeah, I was about to be petty for a moment. But honestly, for a 4-year stint, I would probably elevate Miami. But just in totality, it would probably be, it's the reason why the series ending was so big. So yeah, SC's bye. And now I could be petty and hold Navy and sell Miami. Get him out of here. I just want to be petty. That's just me being petty.
I mean, shoot, that's my order.
Okay.
Excuse me. And I don't even know if I'm being petty. Look, I missed the days of like when Notre Dame and Miami were like the rivalry. Like I talk about the Catholics versus convict stuff, and like I appreciate and respect the history. Like I got to watch year after year after year the Notre Dame USC rivalry and why it was a rivalry. You know what I'm saying? Whereas like Notre Dame and Miami up until the last couple of years, I mean, I watched Notre Dame and Miami play in the Sun Bowl, and then I watched them play in like 16 and 17. And then I watched them play this past season. So it's not like I didn't get the heat of that rivalry from the 80s. My dad talked to me about it, but I don't know if I would consider that. I mean, so that's where I'm at with the Miami one. And then there's just not a world that I'm going to sell Notre Dame versus Navy. You know, just out of respect for both institutions and what Navy did for Notre Dame. Now, I will say that I don't always thoroughly enjoy sitting down and watching the triple option for 3 hours. Like just from a viewer standpoint, but like I'm not going to sell the Notre Dame Navy rivalry. So that's my order. And then most intriguing future matchups. Another one from Seth Clark. Buy, sell, hold. Buy one, sell one, hold one. Notre Dame versus Texas. Notre Dame versus Alabama. And then Notre Dame versus BYU.
Notre Dame versus Texas because we owe them one from 16.
Yeah. Oh,
we owe them from 16.
Yeah, bro.
If the old ball coach was still at Bama, I would definitely buy Bama if it was safe. But it's not. So I'll sell Bama because I think BYU is more intriguing because I'm very interested in seeing Notre Dame in that environment in Provo.
Well, and just more immediately, Notre Dame and BYU were two teams that felt like they should have been in the playoffs. And then you had everything going on with the Pop-Tarts Bowl, which apparently now, Sean, is the most high-octane bowl game of all time.
Oh, my God. You think so, right?
Apparently. You and I have the same exact order for those same exact reasons. So I'm with you. From Dorn 10, buy, sell, hold. Joey O'Brien is going to be a solid special teams piece this coming season.
Heck, special teams.
How
about just peace?
Yep. I was about to say, I would say at the minimum, yeah, I'd buy that he'd be a solid special teams piece.
Man.
And I mean, shoot, just on special teams, you could say solid is kind of like the floor. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's how I feel with that one. That's for sure. Sean, getting into the final part of the Irish Breakdown podcast today, brought to you by our friends over at FanDuel. It's the buy, sell, hold, and getting us kicked off here in the final segment of today is NDM 1633. The 2026 Notre Dame defense will hold offenses to a lower points per game allowed than the 2025 defense did.
Oh, bye.
Yeah. I don't even have to go look at stats. I will. just because I enjoy doing it. But they finished the year ranked 10th in the country, allowing 17.6 points per game this season. And that was including a 41-point spot against Texas A&M that they allowed. I don't know if there's a team on Notre Dame's schedule this upcoming season that will, and they're playing good opponents. But I don't know if there's a team offensively that can score 41 points on Notre Dame's defense this year. You know what I mean? Like, teams potentially could, but I mean, they were actively giving points and yards away to Texas A&M. It felt like at times. I don't see that happening again. So that's a buy for me as well. From Z-Man 381, buy, sell, hold. As important as the offensive line room is, it is more important for a different offensive position room to play excellent this season as opposed to, say, very good. So, Sean, are you reading that as like a position group outside of the offensive line? Because that's how I'm reading it too. And if that's the case, then I'm selling. Like, I would love nothing more than for Notre Dame to have like an elite wide receiver room. But CJ's got to have time to get the ball off, right?
Yeah, he does.
Like, he does. That's the biggest thing. I mean, CJ was hitting chunk play after chunk play in the second half against Miami. But then what happened when Ruben Bain and Akeem Mesidor were able to pin their ears back? They couldn't protect him. So they couldn't even try to get into field goal range on that very final drive that they had. So this is a sell for me. Notre Dame's offense is going to start with the offensive line this year. Like, if Aneyas Williams is going to have the season, I mean, we got how many questions today about Aneyas Williams? And, is he going to have 1,200 total yards? Is he going to have, 10 rushing touchdowns in the regular season? All of that is going to be made possible by the offensive line's performance.
Yeah.
So,
because when you play historical, for me, that's a historical defensive line in Miami. Like, I don't know if that defensive line, even with the transfers that they got this year, I don't know if that defensive line plays at the same level.
Sure.
That's a historical, that's once in a lifetime. And Indiana, if you look at their run stats, Trevor, if I'm not mistaken, I think they only averaged like 3.7 on the ground. But when they needed it, they got it in the run game. And when they needed to protect Mendoza after he took a beating early in the game, late in the second half, they protected him on big downs on third and fourth down. That's how you bow your neck up against talented defensive lines. Like, you don't have to being consistent is not dominating them like you dominated Navy or like you dominated the lesser teams. You don't have to put up 200 to make your mark as an offensive line against defensive lines like that. But you can't just drop off and be, producing less than 100 yards, 2-point-something yards per rush. You just can't have that. And you definitely, when you need a quarterback to be protected on a drive with a chance to tie or win the game, you got to protect your quarterback.
Yeah, you can't have your offensive tackle trying to box out Akeem Mesidor like he's going up for a rebound. Like, I'm sorry. Like, that's just – it starts with the offensive line for me, bro. Like, that's what it is. That's what it is.
Yeah.
So it's a sell for me. Another one from Z-Man. Buy, sell, hold. Ian Premer gets serious playing time by the end of the season. Yeah, we got this one quite a bit. A lot of hype going in around Ian Premer. I would feel a lot more confident about this if he was an early enrollee. But again, it wouldn't surprise me if it happened, Sean. It wouldn't. Another one from Z-Man. Buy, sell, hold. The most important player on the 2026 Notre Dame team, not named CJ Carr, is, for good or bad, Charles Jagasaw.
I'll sell that one.
Yep.
The number one wide receiver, in my opinion.
Yep.
CJ Carr needs a go-to guy. Who's going to be that guy?
100%.
He needs a guy. I think he needs two, but nah. They have too many options if CJ is not ready to go.
The third guy on that list for me is also not Charles Jagasaw. I would argue for me, I would argue Christian Gray. Like, now is the season for him to be who we know that he can be. You know what I'm saying? Whether he gets moved inside or stays to the field. I'm a big believer that this is going to be a strong year for quarterbacks in college football, and we know one side of the field is taken care of in Leonard Moore. If Christian Gray plays to his potential, passing yards are going to be at a premium against this Notre Dame defense. That's for sure.
Yep.
Then Biso hold the freshman who will make the biggest impact in 2026 is Carr Adams. I'm going to sell it. Sean, it sounds like you are too. I don't do it with a lot of conviction, but again, I could see it being Ian Premer. If Notre Dame didn't go to the portal and get DJ McKinney and Jaden Sanders, I would say that this is a much more likely possibility. But I think now there's just a little bit more in front of Carr Adams have to weed through. Not that he can't, but I could see it being Premer. I could see it being Caden Finley, Joey O'Brien that we just talked about, one of the running backs. The bright side is there's a lot of different options, and none of them would surprise us. But for now, I'm selling.
Yeah.
From John A1, Biso hold, the 26 Notre Dame offense will be similar to the 22 Georgia offense, a strong mix of 11 and 12 personnel usage, a lot of tight end usage. Notre Dame will average over 280 yards passing per game and over 200 yards rushing per game. I think there's pieces of that I like. I think Notre Dame in the run game is going to be very similar to what the Georgia offense looked like in 2021 when they were rotating between Zamir White and James Cook. I think Aneyas and Kedron will look a lot like that. I do. You know, kind of like that thunder and lightning kind of piece. But, you know, last year you kind of had like lightning and lightninger, I guess. And this year you kind of have like thunder and thunderer. You know what I mean? Like, I guess that's probably the best way that I could put it. But yeah, I think the run game will look a little bit more like that. I don't know with how deep the receiving room is. I have a feeling that 11 personnel is going to dominate the personnel packages this year. I do. Short yardage, I would assume we would see more 12 personnel because I think I'll lose my ever-loving mind if I see Matt Jeffrey or Jordan Faison line up in the slot almost attached to the line of scrimmage expected to seal the edge. I think I'll probably have a heart attack if I see that again, especially when the tight end room looks like the way that it does. But, yeah, there's aspects to it that I buy, John. I like where your head's at. Yeah. And then another one from John A1, one of the freshman tight ends, either Ian Premer or Preston Frizzell, will win the number 2 tight end job. I don't know, man. Go ahead, Sean.
I'm just going to look. Cooper Flanagan is very well thought of by the staff. He was before he got injured. Cooper Flanagan is going to be in the mix. Ty Washington was coming on at the end of the season. Like, these guys aren't about to just fade. Can Ian Premer come in and be a Michael Mayer type? And just, he could. But I'm just not about to pencil him in. Like, yeah, he's going to be one of the top 2 guys. So I'll have to hold. And then we're not even talking about Jack Larson, who improved last year.
The sleeper in the room is James Flanagan. Like, towards the end of the season, he came on strong as a blocker.
Especially blocking. Oh, man.
Yeah, he was starting to delete people.
Yes.
So, like, if it's between one or the two, I would probably say Ian Premer. I think Frizzell, now, it is a benefit that he is an early enrollee because he needs some time in that college strength and conditioning program a little bit and put some good weight on him. But James Flanagan is the name that a lot of people kind of forget about, kind of like that middle child syndrome. You know, like people are thinking about Cooper Flanagan coming back and Ty Washington and then the incoming guys. But if they can carve out a role for Jack Larson, I like him too. From Josh Buffo, the motivational business banker, buy, sell, hold. If you have to lose a position coach like Mike Mickens, it's better to lose him to the NFL than another college football program for current and future recruits. Yeah, I mean, from the recruiting trail aspect, sure. I personally, and this is kind of Notre Dame aside, I think it would have been cool to see Mike Mickens go somewhere and become a DC. But I think his path to being a defensive coordinator with a background in the NFL coaching defensive backs is an easier path than in college going from defensive backs coach to defensive coordinator. You see that more at the NFL level than you do in college. That's how I view that one.
And I'll add to that by just super, super happy that a Notre Dame guy is the one that came and got him.
Yeah, for sure. From Robert Garzanelli, now that BYU is on the schedule and with the schedule changes, this should lead to them playing the Big 12 teams more often. Potentially. By and large, I'll probably sell this. I like the BYU matchup, but I don't know if there's a whole lot of teams where it would benefit Notre Dame to play the Big 12 that much. I mean, maybe if they wanted to schedule Texas Tech and get down to Texas. I mean, selfishly, I would like to see a Notre Dame-Arizona State matchup and just watch kind of Marcus Freeman and Kenny Dillingham go head-to-head. But outside of that, like, I would probably sell this. I mean, if they're going to play more Big 12 teams, I would just like them to continue putting BYU on the schedule. Kalani Sitake has them rolling right now. But the Big 12 as a conference, like, I don't know if there's a need to go and play Baylor. You know, I don't know if there's a need to go play Colorado or a need to go play, Kansas State maybe. I don't see the need to go play Kansas. That's how I look at it, Sean. What about you?
I guess Utah would be interesting if they flip-flop back between BYU and Utah, going out that way. I think from a recruiting standpoint, Arizona, because they've been recruiting Arizona heavily, a series with Arizona State would be interesting. You pointed that out. I don't think they need to go to Texas because, I mean, they've been doing pretty good recruiting the state of Texas without playing games down there, and they already have Texas on the schedule. They played Texas A&M, so yeah, I'm with you. I'll sell it.
Then another one from Robert Biso hold. When Notre Dame wins the Natty this coming year, this will lead to a run of 3 and 5 years winning it with Marcus Freeman at the helm.
Man, I just need to get the one. I
was about to say,
for Trev and every young Notre Dame fan, can we just get the one? Before we start talking about 3 or 5, let's just get the one under our belt. Let's just get the one.
Yep. We view that the exact same. I would love nothing more than to see 3 and 5 years, but I would like to see 1 in this year. So that's where I'm at. Biso hold from Blue Chip. The 2026 Notre Dame defensive line will have consistent success pressuring opposing quarterbacks from both the edge and up the middle, hoping they can get there with the front four, resulting in less secondary numbers required for blitzing packages. That'll be something that I'm very interested to see if Charlie Partridge can do and have this unit play cohesively, because in 2024, we saw a lot of domination up the middle between Howard Cross and Riley Mills, especially Riley Mills. This past season, we saw a lot of winning on the edge. This year, I would like to see it kind of be all-encompassing. You get pressure up the middle from Francis Brew or Jason Onye or Armel Mukum or heck, even Tion Gray, while maintaining what you have on the edge with Bryce Young, Boubacar, Keon Keeley, Logan Thomas, if he can stay healthy, and then the 2 incoming freshmen. So, yeah, this is a buy for me, Sean.
I agree.
From JG Whitetown. Biso holds spring won't come within the next 6 weeks. Dog, I'm going to hope sell this because 6-degree temperatures is for the birds.
What's spring?
I don't know. I know that groundhog saw his shadow today.
man, the darn groundhog saw a shadow today.
No.
I forgot it was Groundhog Day.
The only reason why I know that is because I was scrolling through X, and then it came up that he saw a shadow.
I gotta go watch the movie. I gotta go watch the movie now. Oh, shout out to Bill Murray. Oh man. Hey, look, in Chicago, spring is 50. We're barbecuing. We're wearing shirts. Shorts. If it gets to 50, that's springtime for us. Like, heck, it's supposed to be 37 this weekend. So,
I was about to say, Sean,
don't you feel like you were in survival mode for like 2 weeks?
Oh, yeah. I mean, shoot. Go to the store around here and you would think that the apocalypse is happening.
Man,
if for whatever reason, even though Midwest and people are used to being around the snow, if it drops below 20 degrees, good luck trying to buy toilet paper and eggs, bro. Like, that's how it is.
Man. And continue prayers to everyone down south, man, especially in Nashville area, Tennessee. You guys have been without power for like a week. That's the good thing about it, Trev. At least being up here, we have prepared.
Yes.
Infrastructure wise, those towns and those states shut down.
Yep.
When they get storms like that.
Yep.
So I guess that's the silver lining, that, like you said, you're still able to go out to the store and drive on a road.
That's very true.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep. That is very true. Following up with another snow question, buy, sell, hold. It will snow on opening day for baseball in Ohio. I mean, when's opening day, Sean?
March. Well, the official one, I think, is late March, like March 20-something. And then for everybody else, I think it's the 31st. I know pitchers and catchers report in 5 days. So I'm excited about that. My White Sox, they made some off-season moves. We just got Jordan Hicks for the bullpen. There
we go.
Yeah, we got the #1 overall pick in the upcoming draft. So things are starting to look up. And Jerry Reinsdorf is selling the team.
There we go.
There we go.
It's looking up for the White Sox. Okay. You see Sean this year, catch him at Guaranteed Rate Field, eating some of that food. There we go. There we go.
Yeah.
Buy one, sell one, hold one. With the hiring of Aaron Henry, the secondary will actively play 9 players, 11 players, or 13 players. Well, let's see. Leonard Moore, Christian Gray, probably DJ McKinney, Dallas Golden, Mark Zachary, Tay Johnson, Adon Schuler, Luke Talich, probably Ethan Long. I'm going to buy 11. I'm going to hold 9. I'm going to sell 13. If they start playing like 13 players, that tells me one of two things. Injuries are playing a factor, or they're just beating the brakes out of people. Hopefully it's the latter. I think 11 is the most realistic because there's just, simply put, Sean, there's just talent on this roster that you won't be able to keep off the field.
Yeah. I agree.
And then 9 players, I think they'll go into a deeper rotation, but this is when it just comes down to, like, I have to go do more research on my part and see how much of a rotation that Aaron Henry used. One of the very underrated parts of Mike Mickens' abilities as a coach at Notre Dame was his ability to kind of feed all of the mouths that were in Notre Dame's secondary and keep everybody happy. That's going to be something that it's kind of that double-edged sword, Sean. When you walk into a talented room like that, like, it's one thing to look at and be like, yo, I got dudes on dudes on dudes. But then the flip side is I got to find a way to keep everybody happy. So very interesting. From T-Shop 11, buy, sell, hold. Logic, reason, and epistemology should be mandatory to teach, and all students should be proficient in these topics. Well, I guess it depends on who's teaching you about logic and reason. That's probably what I would say.
That's a fact. Like, what are you teaching? What's the textbook that you're teaching from? Or
that'd be the whole thing. Is who's teaching it and where are you getting the material?
Yeah, common sense isn't as common as it used to be.
No. I got what little bit of common sense I do have from trial and error, Sean. So that's yeah. I won't be teaching that class.
That's a lot of us.
From Connor Laws, Jaden Ausberry leads the team in tackles next season. I'm going to sell it, but I think he's going to be top 5 again. Like Jaden Ausberry is a very underrated piece to Notre Dame's defense, but I think with how much Drake is going to play, I think one of the safeties will be in the top 2. You know what I'm saying? Like I could see a Don Schuler flying down into the box and racking up a lot of tackles.
Yeah.
But he'll be close. And then by so hold, Notre Dame gets their first 1,000-yard receiver since 2019. I'm staying consistent. I'm selling it until I see it. I would love nothing more, but there's been such a list of and I understand like CJ Carr going into his second year, all cause for me to buy this, but like I thought Notre Dame was going to have an 1,000-yard receiver. I didn't know who it was going to be in 2023 with Sam Hartman coming in and someone like that. I was like, I don't know who it'll be, but just by the odds of bringing in someone like Sam Hartman, I would have thought.
Yeah.
So, yeah, selling until further notice, unfortunately. From Irish Duff with a couple in here. By so hold, the offense will be ran through the passing game. Yeah, I do too. They not to the point where they abandon the run. And Sean, I know you're there too. We talked about it earlier. Like Notre Dame is still going to try to run the football. Excuse me, but I think so. And then Boubacar Traore will have double-digit sacks. That's a buy for me as well. I mean, he finished this year with, 7.5 and didn't play in the postseason. And he only played in 11 games because they didn't play him against Navy. Yeah, I'll buy that. And then the defense will have one scoring defense. The defense will be ranked first in scoring defense and top 10 in yards. The number 1 ranked scoring defense?
It's possible with the schedule.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking that too. And then I just think of other teams like Miami does bring back a good amount on their defense, and their schedule is worse than Notre Dame's.
Oh, man. Hey, wait a minute. I got one whole there's one schedule that's going to tell Miami and Notre Dame, hold your beer. Hold my beer. Hold my beer. I don't know. Look at the Texas Tech schedule. It is laughable that the Big 12 commissioner was talking trash about Notre Dame.
Yep.
Dude, your best 2 teams don't even play each other this year.
Yeah. Yeah. That's true. Got to keep an eye out for teams like that for number 1 scoring defense. And then top 10 in yards, it'd be nice. I care more about being top 10 to top 5 in like yards per play. That's a more meaningful stat for me than just total yards, but I could definitely see it happening. Last couple here, Sean. Buy, sell, hold from Black Irish 864, a.k.a. our guy, Christopher Galloway. The Irish finished the 1986 season with a 5-6 record. They played 6 ranked teams in the top 20. They defeated one of those teams. This is one of, if not the best coaching jobs that Coach Holtz did at Notre Dame.
Oh, absolutely. And I would venture to say they should have won 4 of those games. They definitely should have beaten Michigan that year. They had that game.
I'm with you. Irishman 7114, buy, sell, hold. Future home and home series you'd like to see. Buy one, hold one, sell one. Ole Miss, Oregon, Tennessee.
I've seen. Go ahead, Trey.
I'll probably buy Oregon because up to this point in college, you got 2 younger, very talented head coaches, very different styles in Marcus Freeman and Dan Lanning, and I would like to see them go head-to-head. Because Notre Dame and Oregon, I would say, are the next two programs that are kind of knocking on the door of who gets over the hump first. And I think a matchup there would be awesome. But recruiting, I don't know what benefit there's going to be to going to Eugene, Oregon for recruiting, but just from the football matchup specifically, I think I would really like that. Because I think both teams would have a little bit something at stake. I'm going to hold Tennessee. Selfishly, I would like to see Notre Dame play a game at Neyland. I think that would be cool. And then I'll sell Ole Miss. I don't know what the Pete Golding era is going to bring there, but again, I don't know what benefit they're going to get. You would get more of a recruiting benefit going to Oxford, Mississippi, and down south than you would going out to Eugene, Oregon. But from a football matchup standpoint, I don't really care about the Ole Miss Notre Dame matchup. I mean, I guess in the near future, if Deuce Knight wins the starting job and Trinidad Chambliss doesn't come back, I guess that would be cool for some people. But that'd be my order, Sean. Buy Oregon, hold Tennessee, sell Ole Miss.
I've seen the Tennessee joints at Neyland Stadium. So, yeah, that's not something I need to see. You haven't seen it. I've seen it. Great game. Go watch the 1990 joint on YouTube.
Okay.
It's absolutely fantastic. Carl Pickens, a former Bengals. Andy Kelly. I think the other wide receiver was, he won Super Bowls. Alvin Harper. He was the other wide receiver, so it was big-time talent that they went up against in Tennessee. Johnny Majors, that crew. That 1990 game was fantastic. The 1989 game at home, 90 at home. I think the 91 game was on the road. Either way, just look them up on YouTube.
Okay.
I see why you would have Tennessee where you have them. Oregon, I would love to go out to Oregon and go to Alton.
Yeah.
I would love. So I would buy Oregon and then hold on Ole Miss and sell Tennessee.
Right on.
Because I've seen it. Yeah.
And then I believe this is the last one here, Sean. Buy, sell, hold from D-Troll Hunter. Gus Malzahn looks around and retired instead of going down in this flaming Florida State ship with Mike Norvell.
Yeah. That would be smart.
Yeah. And then buy, sell, hold. You would trade Texas's wide receiver room today if you could for Notre Dame's.
No, I want my guys. I want my recruit, especially the 26 class. I want my guys.
Yep.
Now, some guys over in the Texas room that I would like to have. Ryan Wingo being one of them. That's one of the St. Louis kids that got away. But
yeah, the only that I would consider would be Texas's. Oregon's for this upcoming season. That receiving core is going to be nasty.
Man.
And then probably for this upcoming season, Ohio State's. I know they lost a lot of depth, but when you're starting threes, Jeremiah Smith, Brandon Innes, and probably Chris Henry, that ain't bad either. But Texas is up there, bro. Ryan Wingo, the Dalen McCutcheon kid. You got Cam Coleman out of the portal. Yeah, that Texas room is nuts. It is.
It's nuts. You know, I'm not really high on Cam Coleman like everybody else.
No?
No. He just seems like he wilts in the moments. Like when they needed him to make a play, he would drop a ball, fumble, just, immensely talented, though. Immensely talented.
We'll see if he gets developed down there in Austin. That'll definitely be one to see. Well, folks, that is going to do it for us here today on the Irish Breakdown Podcast, brought to you by our friends over at FanDuel. It's a fun buy, sell, hold, Sean. I haven't done a show with you in quite some time, so it was good to get back on here. This was a lot of fun.
Man, always a pleasure, bro.
Yes, sir. Well, hey, guys, IB Nation Sports Beat is going live right now. Be sure to hop over to them. We crossed over into their time a little bit, so make sure you go and give those guys an evening show a listen. Brian and I are going to be back tomorrow. Lots to break down. So you're not going to want to miss that show. On your way out of here, hit that like, hit that subscribe, hit that notification bell. Share this podcast with your friends and family, anybody that you know loves Notre Dame and college football as much as you do. But as always, The best way to support what we do here, you see it scrolling down there at the bottom of the screen. Subscribe to the premium message boards at boards.irishbreakdown.com. So until next time, that's Sean Davis. I'm Trevor Trowbridge. We'll see you back here very soon on the Irish Breakdown Podcast.